Fuck it. We're alive. Hello. Hello. Hello here, Logic. Hello, Random Perv. Yeah. What's up? We're back. We're back. Yeah. I adjusted my chat layout. Hello, Dollum. Yeah. What's up? What's up? I've been doing a bit of stuff off stream. Also, yeah, I realized I I literally took the screen cap for the thumbnail, and then what did I do? Oh my god, my brain. Oh my god, what's going on? I literally took the screen cap for the thumbnail, and then I'm gonna adjust the chat. It's a bit big, yeah, a bit smaller. Yeah, I literally took the screen cap for the thumbnail. Right here, and right now we are doing some stuff. Man, right now the inspector is completely empty, so it feels like the chat should go there, but actually we're gonna have stuff to mess with there, so it's probably the less important part to cover up. Anyway, hello. Spank the dog. No. You can, oh hey, yeah, what was it? I did the debug render thing, so that line is the distance between the centers of these two colliders. That's the current position and the previous position. We did that last stream actually, didn't we? But I did a bunch of stuff off stream, so maybe I'll go over that. Might as well. Where are we? No waiting screen this time. Just jumping right into it. F it. We ball. We're balling. All right, we got VS Code. I guess I'll just do full screen. What did I do, man? I guess I could just look at the Git log, but we got a fire interval for the weapon. My brain, I did not prepare to actually like explain what I did over off stream for the last few streams, but we have explosions. Oh my god, did I really write all this off stream? Okay. Okay, so last time I think we did the projectile debug system. I'm not sure if we did the collision system. All right, rip Twitch watching ads right now. In the weapon, oh yeah, I added this too off stream. Okay, well anyway, in the weapon, we called ECS util spawn projectile, right? And right before this stream, it was like just a test thing to just spawn the projectile. We didn't set anything. Now we're setting the position. So we need to set that in both the local transform and the local to world. Crime says the dog been up to making a slightly messy code. I don't know. I think this is as readable as I could make it. Well, anyway. So yeah, we're calling entity manager. We get the entity manager from the world using world default game object injection world .entity manager. We're calling set component data so that we can set the position with both the local transform and the local to world. Apparently we have to set it in both places, otherwise it like appears in the wrong position for like one tick and it was like colliding with the ground instantly. So that's kind of necessary. Yeah, so that's our position. Our rotation, we're just setting it to look at the direction the projectile's going. And then it doesn't change it after because we're just spawning it here. Punish a dog! So we set the position, we set the rotation. We're setting the scale to just 1. We could, you know, if we wanted to, we could add a float. Also, notice this isn't like this is just a float scale, so it's just 1 float for the whole thing and not like a vector 3. Like you could do. I'm not sure exactly how that's supported in Uni ECS. I don't need it right now, so I'm just not going to worry about it. But yeah, we're just saying the scale to 1 for now. Here we're saying the local to world, so that's like the global transform, the world transform. And it just has a value, which is the matrix itself. So we have to make our own matrix using map.float 4x4. We take a rotation and the translation. So that's just a position. Physics velocity, we're saying the velocity, we're passing it in through the arguments. Which in weapon here, we are on the right. We are passing it. We're just passing it the transfer position of the weapon, which is going to be at the player's 0, 0 right now. 0, 0, 0, I think. And then our velocity is transform.forward times projectile speed. So the forward looking of the weapon, which is rotating with the player. I suppose in the future we're going to add some, you know, visual stuff that might make that a little more complicated. So maybe we'll have to like get the actual transform of the player's look rotation rather than the weapon's rotation. Either that or we just handle all the animation stuff, or, you know, weapon bobbing and other things like that, and we'll just handle that in like a child of the weapon's parent transform, like the root transform of the weapon, so you don't have to worry about that. And we're multiplying it by this projectile speed, which we can set in the editor because we made it public. Okay, so then we spawn the projectile. It's a projectile prefab, which we pass in a projectile type. We get the prefabs from the projectile prefab singleton. Did we really do all this last stream? God, so yeah, kind of a lot of stuff to set up. We had to make this projectile prefabs singleton. I should probably name this to be like a projectile. Name this to better identify it as a singleton, but whatever. We're adding the rocket tag because I think that's how we're handling the collision logic. So off stream, I did collision logic as well. Oh god. Okay. It's from Latios. Okay. Collision logic, we have a projectile collision system here. And I forget if this was on stream or off stream last time. We are calling require for update. We need a previous position. We need the local transform. How do you do a local transform? Oh, because it's I could have used local to world. I don't think it matters either way. I think I changed it when I was trying to fix the issue with it spawning at the wrong place. So yeah, we got the local transform. And we're just using that for the position because these projectiles are parented to the world. So it's basically, it is a global transform because it doesn't have a parent. But if it had a parent, then, you know, we should probably be using local to world instead of local transform. Anyway. So we get our previous position, our current position, and we're doing a sphere cast. So it's like a continuous, or well, supposedly continuous. I'm not sure how Unity does it internally exactly, but from what I hear, it's actually doing discrete steps in this sphere cast instead of like, you know. So that's just for really fast projectiles. This does slow down the collision check, in theory, as opposed to like a single discrete sphere check. Yeah, or well, a distance check, really. So we do our sphere cast, we check if there's a hit from the return value. We also get the hit info in an out var. The API is a little weird because some of these are like out parameters, other times it's like a ref of a list. Although, actually... Oh yeah, this only returns one. So if we wanted to support multiple hits, which I did write in the description and we wanted to do, then we'd have to use, I think it's sphere cast all. So that might be the first thing we do since we're on this piece of code anyway. And if we want to handle multiple hits per tick, then we also need to turn this into a dynamic buffer of hits instead of a single hit component. So currently a projectile can collide with a single target in a tick. Now, that's fine for like a rocket that's going to hit one person and then explode, or one wall environment thing and explode. That's less good for, say, we want an area of effect projectile. We want like the BFG 9000 from Doom 2016 and Doom Eternal. The thing that fires out these rays of electricity that hit all the enemies nearby continuously. And I do think we probably want to add a projectile like that at some point. We could just put that logic somewhere else, and then we wouldn't have to do a sphere cast all, because that does seem a bit expensive. So maybe we won't even make that change at the moment until we have a projectile that really needs it. What else? You have a projectile that can pierce enemies and then it hits like 2 enemies. We could also change this to just do discrete collision checking. I don't know. Where's my chat? Where's my chat? The top being cut off was bothering me. Okay. So this is probably fine for now, really. Just in the future, if we wanted to have a like area damaging projectile, which would we even call that a projectile, then maybe we'd store all the hits instead of just one hit. Yeah. Needs to code special projectiles that cause enemies to turn on each other. Code projectiles that produce less noise but do less damage per shot. What, like the rocket sound? We could just make that quieter. So yeah, actually I don't see a reason why we want to change this just yet. So maybe best to not bother with if we have to changes. But yeah, making enemies turn on each other, I was thinking maybe... What's the word? Well, okay, so monster infighting, right, in Doom is pretty important for like ammo conservation. And I suppose it's an interesting mechanic as well. But like even in the modern Doom games, they kind of turned away from using that. Thinking more like Hitman Blood Money, where the flechette shotgun rounds were broken as fuck. I wasn't even thinking about, I guess noise as a gameplay mechanic. Which, it is a thing in Doom, right? Like in that game you can punch with your fist and it alerts enemies. But yeah, there's like an unalerted state for the enemies and they're just wandering and they don't know where you are, and then you shoot and then they start looking for you. You did imply you wanted stealth mechanics? Stealth mechanics? When did I imply that? This is meant to be like, have we gone over the games? I think I like briefly just sort of looked over the game design document. Where's my notes? Oh my god. My entire screen. I've got like 3 windows on top of each other. Okay. Design doc. What's this game meant to be? Like 4 streams ago? Did I say that? This game is meant to be... What's this game meant to be? I'm thinking like a mix of Killing Floor and then like a more classic arena shooter, taking inspiration from like TF2 or Doom or Serious Sam, but TF2 for the weapons and the classes mostly, but then Doom or Serious Sam for the just hordes of enemies coming at you. And then it's like Vampire Survivors because when you kill those enemies, they drop XP pickups, and then you pick up those XP pickups, and then you get more stronger. So I guess you could compare it to COD Zombies as well. I never played a lot of COD Zombies though, so it's probably gonna be a bit different from that. TF2 does have the PvE mode with MVM, but it's not really gonna be like that because you're not really defending an objective like you are in MVM. But anyway, it's probably gonna be like huge hordes of dumb enemies that basically always know where you are, and they're just gonna be chasing you or firing projectiles or whatever. Rocket jumping. I did actually since the last stream, since I mentioned TF2 and all. When you're baking over Far Cry 1, I said the stealth mechanics were functional for when you're supposed to use them. Ah. Okay. I guess that never was like in my mind for the actual game itself. The dish game that we're making. Anyway, rocket jumping. Okay, here's the sort of code flow. We have the hit component, which gets added to the entity is the projectile, the rocket. Then we have another system. Where'd I put it? Projectile rocket hit system, where we process all the rockets with the hit component, and that's where we store the data of the hit. And right now I forget where we're actually. Oh yeah, we're just getting the position of the hit, and then we're spawning this explosion entity from a prefab, and we get that prefab from a singleton, explosion singleton, and then we set the explosion radius. We set the position in both of these components, and then we add the knockback. So we copy it from the projectile. And then, after we create the explosion entity, we process those in this system. We get all the hits of the explosion. And so we got all the hits of the explosion. We iterate over all of them. If they have a physics velocity, we get that. We calculate our distance factor. I think I looked at the TF2 wiki for inspiration here. But it's based on the hit's distance, or the what was it? The hit distance, not the center of the entity, but actually the, what is it? Since we have the distance on the hit component. Oh yeah, this distance hit. Yeah, we get the distance because it's a distance thing. Anyway. What was it? So this scales basically from 50% at the farthest to 100% at the closest to the center of the explosion. And then we apply our knockback. Right now, it's just adding directly to the velocity. I want to make that to add a force to the physics body instead of doing it this way so we can account for mass. No matter where I go, no matter who I watch, they always mention TF2 at least once. I mean, it's influential for a reason. Anyway, I can show you guys. Yeah, we shoot. There's no VFX or sounds at the moment, but we have a debug sphere. And there's knockback, so you can rocket jump. And so, yeah, literally one of the first mechanics we're adding to the game is rocket jumping. So the idea is that hopefully this creates an interesting trade-off. So, like, rocket jumping is, pretty important classically in, older arena shooters and stuff. There's a trade-off between health and mobility, basically. And so if you're trying to reach a power-up or something that can be really powerful, if you're just trying to, dodge at the enemy, get a positional advantage on the enemy, it's important. So in the case of like a Vampire Survivors-like game, I think it'll be really interesting because, like, you're being surrounded, and so you escape by rocket jumping, and it costs some of your health, so it's not free, but it's, an interesting trade-off. And then there's also the skill of like using that mechanic to move effectively, and so you can like collect XP pickups on the ground, or if there's other map objectives to collect, you can do that, or collect power-ups or whatever. I just think it would be interesting. Or just be a speedy freak. I think I was trying to do that for the first time I tried making this game in Godot. I was trying to make it like a movement shooter, like a really fast movement shooter. This game I want to have like movement mechanics, but I don't want the player to really be forced to use them. Just have it be more of like an option to use if you want to sort of practice that skill, develop that skill, or express your skill with that. Right. This is a survivors like roguelike kind of game, so probably the more important thing is going to be your build decisions than your like mechanical skill, but I want them both to be a factor that you can use. You'll make some noise when the tail. No. No, I don't. What are you talking about? But yeah. I love movement mechanics in games, though. I guess my concern is, like, okay, so Vampire Survivors is generally, like, a casual-friendly genre, right? So I want this game to be casual-friendly. I want you to just be able to, you know, not have to obsess crazily over skill, but I want there to be some impact of skill, especially if you want to push the difficulty or whatever, but sort of leave it as more of an optional thing for players to optimize. And so what that means, I guess, is I don't want the game to be too fast unless you're going for like a high score endless kind of run or something, or like want to play on the super high difficulty or whatever. I guess I just want that option there. Neil's learning. He reads my posts before he reads them aloud. I can't even speak. What am I saying? So yeah, we got rocket jumping. We got where's my, oh no, this is my code. Being distracted with all my windows open. Okay. So maybe let's go to the Kanban board. Let's go to the Kanban board. I'm just gonna save this for later, actually. Make hits a dynamic buffer. Because that's only really necessary on like a larger area projectile thing, which we're not doing at the moment. So I guess we'll do rigid body force for knockback first, and then you can work on the explosion VFX. I'm still pretty new to Unity's VFX graph. I did a tiny bit on the rocket. Oh no, where's the... Why is that tab there? Hold on, where is it? Also, the error processing VFX type. Oh no, it's working? Okay, hold on. Stop. Scripts, I think? VFX? Yeah, I don't know why I put it in scripts. What the... What just happened? Is it trying to open a VFX? Unopened VFX, object reference, null reference exception. Type float 3 doesn't use the expected VFX type attribute. Hold on. Hold on. I think this is related to something that I was in the moment, or I was working on adding? Where is it? Wait a minute. This was already working, wasn't it? I want to pass a float 3 in. How did this break? I'm just gonna restart the Unity editor and see. I don't think that's actually gonna fix it, but you never know. You never know. Broke it again. Broken award. Okay, we're launching the Uni engine. Hello, Vanillin. Hi. Hi, okay, it's still broken. How did that happen? Field position in position scale event. Okay, it sounds like it just wants there to be a VFX type. Yeah, we did this. Or I did this. Hold on. It sounds like we want a VFX type attribute. Wait. Three. Uses graphics buffer. Not valid on this declaration type, only valid on struct declarations. What are you talking about, bro? Oh no. Okay, so this is... I think, yeah, this is part of Latios, right? Or rather, we're using graphics event tunnel. It's from Latios, but the actual VFX type attribute, I'm actually kind of unsure on. Unity VFX type. Oh boy. VFX type reference. Oh. Wait. Class VFX type attribute. Defines a VFX type you can use in Node workspace. Attribute usage, okay. Usage string. String name, that's custom name, okay. Flag sets at how the visual effect graph can use the VFX type. Hold on, I was looking at Gladios. Gladios mentioned. Okay, we had life effects. We were using life effects. Graphics event contains a set of data independent on order to everything else. Same type of event, sent to the GPU, single structured graphics buffer. For VFX graph, this event type should be one of the supported types. Okay, add a custom type. Add VFX type. Yup, did that. So I guess that means structure must be bulletable. I guess that just means we use vector 3 instead of float 3. Which means you have to do a bit of conversion in the ECS world. Or, well, I think they automatically convert. That's it, right? I don't know why what was it? I don't know why this works. Graphics event tunnel float 3. Although that's from Latios, so maybe Latios is doing some shenanigans to get that to work. Okay, so I guess that means we just use vector 3 instead of float 3. Whoops, vector 3? I said vector 3. No longer using mathematics. Okay, go back to engine. Compiling. I love compiling. Cannot implicitly convert type float to Unity Engine vector 3. Huh? Huh? Oh, wait. Okay, yeah. Because we changed this, so now... Oh, no, wait. Was that not... Oh, wait. Okay, that was just a float, not a float 3. Duh. Yeah, that makes sense. We don't care about, what's it? Uneven scaling on these events. I guess that's it. It should just work now, hopefully. Okay, there we go. Now we can finally open the... This is the rocket events. So this is the particles that come off of the rocket. Which isn't... I guess that's not the only way we could do it. I was looking at Ultra Kills rockets. And it's literally just a flickering sprite for the flame in the back of the rocket. So, you know, that can work. That can be effective. But yeah, we're just doing a simple dot. Just doing a dot. And it starts yellow and turns to gray and transparent. And it looks like these. And it also fades out because it gets tiny. Hey, hello Dodrox. Hello, hello. We're doing rockets. We do rockets. How often are we spawning these smoke projectiles? Particles or whatever. It's fine. One more thing is I made a... What was it? A firing sound for the rocket as well. But I haven't added that as well. Haven't added that yet. So you have the firing sound missing. The rocket traveling sound, which exists. Rocket traveling particles exist. The explosion visuals are currently just a debug sphere. Anyway, I adjusted the knockback value to roughly feel like TF2, I guess. I love my movement in video games. Okay. Still don't know what this built-in render texture type 3 not found when executing set render target. How you doing? Doing good. We did a bit of work off stream for like, oh god, how long has it been? Last stream was Monday? So we did 2 days, or I did 2 days without streaming, but we did a bit. Did a bit of stuff. Yeah, I'm doing good. How about you? It's earlier than my usual streams. I guess I still don't have like a schedule. Bit of coding off stream. Hello, Cyclocust. Okay, I'm going to commit this. Also, wait. Float scale. Float scale? Float scale. Where were we? We had the explosion system? Yeah, and we set the scale as a float. Oh, and we were implicitly converting to vector 3, huh? Okay. Hello. How do you have 2 stacks of coding blocks already? Coding blocks? Coding blocks? Oh, you mean like 2 separate... What's the word? 2 panes? What are these called? Window panes? I don't even know. Gee, Billy. How come mom lets you have 2 coding panes? Anyway, or were you talking about the VFX graph thing? This thing. This is just funny graph-based thing. I know I've been saying that, like, I don't really understand using visual coding stuff when you could just, you know, type it and it's the same complexity, just less spaghetti, but I guess for this particle stuff, it's nice to have visuals for things like this graph, this color thing, for a very visual thing. Anyway, the plan is we send a life effects thing. I might need a refresh on how these actually work. We have an event buffer. It's a graphics buffer. Okay, we have the graphics buffer. The graphics buffer is... Or even... What about you? Did I even change about this? How does this even work? Expose name event buffer. Oh god, I gotta reread the documentation on this. Okay. Latios. Okay, make a new script, represents your tunnel type. So we did that using scriptable object template. Inherit from graphics event tunnel sum type. If you want a raw type, you can also use Unity mathematics types such as float 3 instead of vector 3 and matrix 4x4. Okay, so that's Latios is letting us do float 3 for the other event. You cannot use my Unity mathematics type when using the VFX type attribute. Okay. Create an asset instance from your new tunnel type. So we did that for the other one. Where is that? Yeah, it's these assets. Graphics event tunnels. Create an ECS component and authoring component for your effect with a reference to your tunnel. So position event spawner. I think I did that in... Here, I can show you. In... Where is it? Explosion singleton, which I should probably rename this script. We have explosion singleton, has the explosion prefab, has the reference to the explosion event tunnel, which is this thing. Graphics event tunnel. Okay. 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 Alright. As an example, making a system. System grabs the mailbox with all this stuff. Getting from the Latios world. Like this. And then we call mailbox send to send a value. So I think we do that in the explosion system. Explosion system here. Wow. Oh, we got an ad starting in 4 minutes. I'm probably gonna take a bathroom break as well. A quick one. Excuse me. Explode! Yeah, Norbies explode. Rockets explode. Okay, we send a position scale event in the mailbox to the tunnel, which we get from explosion singleton tunnel. Right, okay, so then this is sending position scale events to this tunnel, which is an explosion event tunnel. Or, well, a uni object ref to an explosion event tunnel. Okay. Right, because the VFX graph isn't technically in the ECS world, but you can like communicate to the VFX graph. There's also an example, the ECS Galaxies sample for Unity, which uses VFX graph in this similar way, but it has its own setup for it. So this framework is basically doing that. Okay, we're completely done with writing code. Create your VFX graph. Graphics event represents spawn data. Count property fed in via life effects. Count is the number of new spawns per frame, I think. We all know shall it explode. That doesn't mean with rockets. No, I'm making it with rockets. That's what you get. You want to explode, you get rockets. World, top right corner, okay. Once you have your graph set up, make a visual effect game object in your scene, not a subscene. Okay, so yeah, in Unity here, in the scene we have VFX, and then I have yeah, okay, so I have this empty game object VFX. It's on the left under your chat. And then we have the rocket VFX. And this has the visual effect. thing, and then on it we also add a VFX graph event buffer provider from LifeFX. And then game object entity, I forget where that's coming from. Wait, let me read the docs again. Oh no. What did he mean by this? Visual effect game object in your scene. Add a VFX graph event buffer provider component to the game object. Triggering tunnel. It should look something like this. Where's the game object entity come from? I don't know. Well, it seems like it's a part of it, so. Okay. Buffer, start, and count. Right, and then on this is... Buffer is the event buffer. Oh, right, and you have to, like, what's the word? You sort of decode the type in here, I think. Oh, so how do you actually do that for a more complex type? I guess mine is basically just a vector 3 and then a float, so vector 4 really. Okay, we'll figure that out after I come back from break, because ads are about to start and I'm also gonna pee, so... Oh, BRB. Have fun looking at my VFX graph. Oh, whoa. Okay. I'm back. The ads are still going, but I'm back. Hi, doggy. Hello, Jovan Parkins. A break incident. He sprays yellow paint everywhere. Whoops, my paint bucket that I dropped. Oops. What? Okay, I think we can duplicate this. I think we duplicate this and then we what's the word? Can we not copy paste? Oh no, you can't. Okay. Call this explosion event VFX. Okay, so we have explosion event VFX. What's that mean? We get an event buffer, but this time it's a different type. It's actually in it. So it's a position and a scale, right? Get spawn index, start, add, buffer. How does this work? Sample graphics buffer. Oh, vector 3, position scale event. Oh, there we go. Okay, so now, yeah, we have a position, vector 3, and a scale. Oh, okay, that was way easier than I was expecting. Okay. Let me just do that. Let's do one of those. Velocity is random. Yeah, great. Okay, wow. I was expecting you have to like look up something for that, but it's that makes sense. That makes sense. Okay. So I'm just gonna keep it all the same for now for testing. Go back into our scene. We have the rocket VFX. I'm just gonna duplicate this. Control D. This is explosion VFX. So we select our visual effect asset, which is the explosion event VFX. We said our tunnel is now the explosion event tunnel. So now when it explodes, we should see a single particle. Oh, okay, that was a weird... Oh, what happened? Key uni entities unity object ref. T Latios life effects graphics event tunnel base is not present. Thrown from a job mobile to a burst. What the hell? Oh no. Oh no. Explosion singleton. Where are we setting that explosion event tunnel? Oh. Oh. Wait. Wait, in that case, where are we setting the other one? Wait. Thinking really hard. I'm thinking really hard. I sure am. Thinking. This is a thing. I guess when we get to the actual VFX graph part, then it'll be more. I can chat a bit more, but right now, brain focus on code. We're missing a reference to the thing. We're missing this tunnel. So how are we doing that with the rocket? Where is it? Rocket event spawner as reference. Did we even do a rocket event authoring thing? Where is this referenced? In rocket authoring. And you pass in a rocket graphics event tunnel in rocket authoring. Okay. What does that mean? Is it explosion authoring? Or no, it's explosion singleton authoring. Public explosion event tunnel? Explosion tunnel. Okay, there we go. And then how are we doing it in rocket authoring? Oh, it just converts type into uni object ref. Okay, implicitly converts. Convenient. So we are in explosion singleton authoring? Yeah, this one. Tunnel equals authoring dot explosion tunnel. Okay. So now we go back into Unity. Your secret tunnel isn't missing, it's occupied by your tail right now. The tail event tunnel. We send tail events to the tail and the tail lags. Right, right. Let's go into the prefab. Set our explosion event tunnel. Nice. Run. Boom. Oh my god, guys, it just works. Yay. Yippee. Okay. So I guess first would be updating the VFX to not look like Blam. Second, I guess, is going to be sound. Third, I guess, is going to be the physics thing. Okay, well, okay. Let's commit this first. Explosion, hook up VFX. Yippee. Okay, so agenda for today, I think all I really wrote down was, yeah, use rigid body force for knockback and then explosion VFX. So we'll put the explosion VFX first, unless you know rigid body force first. Make hits a dynamic buffer we're saving for later because we really don't need it at the moment. So I think first would be like adding the enemy. Doc was thinking. I'm thonking. Hello, Aros. 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 I can't fucking roll my R's. We do the, you know what, chat? What do you want to work on? What do you want me to work on first? We'll do a full. Billy gets 2 because you're a dog. What are you talking about? Where is the... Alright. What do we work on first? Make explosions use physics force. Make explosions VFX. Here. Can you work on rolling your R's? Okay, we'll wait for, I don't know, 2 votes. We have 2 votes right now. The vote is tied. Where's the rolling R's option? Maybe at the end of stream if you're lucky. Think of the pirate noise. Arr, arr, arr. Okay, 3 votes. 3 votes currently in favor of make explosion use physics force. I'll wait like 10 more seconds. You have 10 seconds to get your vote in. 2 methods back of the throat and in front of the mouth. It's A into an R. It's probably back of the throat, so trill your uvula while making the R sound. Okay, the vote's tied again. I said I'd end it. But the vote's tied. Twitch, or any input from Twitch? I think explosions, physics force was ahead first, so we'll do that one. And also I think it'll be shorter. Yeah, 50-50. We're so tied. Oh my god. That means I get to do both at the same time, or I do neither, or something. I don't know. Unity, ECS physics. I'm gonna read some documentation. Let's see. Because right now we're just adding to the velocity directly. But somewhere there's a thing to apply forces. Somewhere. Impulses, here we go. So apply impulse. Here's its current implementation. This mass, translation, rotation, impulse, point. Wait, does this not even take into account the mass? No, it does, right? Angular. Am I going crazy? Does this not account for the mass at all when you apply a linearly? Oh my god. Damn, 50-50. Fight. Crazy? I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room with rats. The rats drove me crazy. Crazy? I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room with the Unity physics documentation. The Unity physics documentation drove me crazy. Most efficient way to get all bodies close to that point. Overlap A, B. Or for more accuracy, calculate distance. Physics extensions, component extensions. Physics extensions, component. I'm just gonna look through that and see. Physics extensions. Oh no. Extensions. Do they change? Physics component extensions. Okay, apply angular impulse. Apply explosion force. Converts a force into an impulse based on the force mode and the body's mass and inertia properties. Equivalent to Unity engine rigid body at explosion force. Explosion filter is set to collision filter default. Assumes that the body scale is 1. Apply explosion force. Wow, that's odd. Okay. Okay, explosion force. Explosion position, explosion radius. Oh, I was doing my own calculation there, huh? Equivalent to Unity engine rigid body at explosion force. We probably want a bit more control over how this works. Either that or you just use default Unity thing. Let's make explosions. Yeah, we're making explosions. Or well, we have explosions. I just wanted to take into account the mass. In that case, I suppose we just do the calculation ourselves, right? A world space linear impulse at a world space point. Wait. Raise your tongue, relax your palate. Oh my god. Get effective mass. It's probably for, yeah, this is probably more. Now you sound like a gremlin. Yeah, if I can see Unity engine add explosion force. Add explosion force. Okay, the explosion is modeled as a sphere with a certain center position and radius in world space. Normally, anything outside the sphere is not affected by the explosion, and the force decreases in proportion to distance from the center. Value of 0 was passed for the radius. The full force will be applied regardless of how far from the center is from the rigid body. Applies a force to the object at the point on the surface of a rigid body that is closest to explosion position. Along the direction from explosion position to the surface point on the rigid body. Huh. I guess that. I guess? I think I'll just do something simpler and make it based on the mass somehow. How does that actually work though? Was it you apply 1 Newton of force to 1 kilogram of mass, then it's like 1 times the force, or the change in velocity. You apply 1 Newton of force to 2 kilograms of mass, then it's like half the change in velocity, right? Is that how it works? So just divide by the mass? Oh, is that it? We just divide by the mass? I guess we just do that. Yeah, make... so instead of doing the force, I think we'll do it ourselves so that we have a bit more control. Starter pose attempts you did. There's also trilling the tongue method. Raise the tongue to the top of your mouth. Relax to make the R. That one. What's the BGM? It's Facing Worlds from Unreal Tournament. What's the name of the actual song is called or is it? I have it somewhere. The actual song is called what's it called again? Unreal Tournament Facing Foregone Destruction. It's called Foregone Destruction is the actual name of the song. I came looking for coding and I got rolling R's. Just coding of a different kind. Coding my brain to do new things with my tongue. That sounded weird. Okay. I was gonna look at the inspector. We can see the baking and we can see what the mass is. So... oh, where's my baking preview? Bruh. Bruh. Wait, what? Chinyo to do new things? Oh no. Oh no. Why are the... hold on. Window... entities... entities... physics mass? Physics mass contains the inverse mass. Oh, so you actually... since you use the inverse mass in calculations, I guess it already contains the inverse... I can't speak. The inverse mass, huh? I don't know why the entity baking isn't showing in this corner here. I'm probably missing something. So when I don't have a plan, you should be worried. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, let's do this. Let's just get the physics mass and then the inverse, multiply the explosion force by the inverse mass. So that goes into where is it? Explosion system. Phys mass is physics mass. Make this red only. Okay. R inverse mass equals phys mass value RO inverse mass. So it's a distance factor. Yeah. Inverse mass times the distance factor times the knockback value. times the direction. Cool. That should work. Does it assume that our thing being hit has a physics mass, which it should have, right? Right? Should have that. Cool. So now if we adjust the mass of our player. So now our player has 0.1 mass. Whee! Oh my god. Okay, that's a bit much. And now our player has 10 mass. Hi femboy cultist. I like how it just abruptly stops. Hi nerd. Hi. Hello, what's up nerds? If you're watching the stream, you're a nerd too, okay? Don't think that makes you any different, okay? Alright, let's what am I doing? Committing. Let's commit this. Okay, so explosion, count for mass. Cool. Let us do the thing. Commit this in Universion control, I guess, too. VFX. Okay. Nerd on nerd violence. Yeah, man. You're not special. We're all in the same boat here. You're watching a game dev stream? Gotta be a nerd. Excuse me. LeBron James reportedly pressing W during rocket jumping. Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, imagine rocket jumping that way instead of air strafing like a cool person. Imagine. Honestly, kind of wondering if I should adjust these air values. Maybe something that like gives you more air control, but then we remove the speed gain from air strafing. That would make it more like TF2, right? Because TF2 just doesn't have any speed gain from air strafing, but it gets you like to redirect your movement. Excuse me. Oh, caught your last stream on making the character move. Helped a lot with making my own physics-based controller. Thanks for sharing. Oh, neat. Glad to hear that. Thanks. Thanks, Skippy. Glad that you're finding anything valuable in my streams. But yeah, I noticed that there weren't like really any examples I could find of making a character controller in Unity dots like this, besides the, you know, official Unity character controller package. But I want to make my own, and I want to make it Quake-like, Source-like, Airstrafe-like. Can you surf already in this tech demo? Kind of. Character beam is bullet time? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I think bullet time is one of those game mechanics that just make you go hell yeah. Yeah, you can kind of surf. I set the air acceleration low enough that you can't like surf, but if you just increase the air acceleration, I'm pretty sure you can just surf. So I have was it movement variables? I should rename this to specify that as a singleton. So air acceleration's 2 right now. So if we increase that, let's say to 4. Let's do it. Let's see our surfing now. Oh geez. Oh geez. All right, we doubled our area. Oh, okay, yeah, we can surf upwards now. Yeah, that's feeling like that's feeling like surf. You don't have like a big downwards ramp to gain speed though. Isn't Nerd on Nerd Violence just a Renaissance festival or lightsaber duel? You're not wrong. That's one. Those are 2 examples of Nerd on Nerd Violence. The superset of Nerd on Nerd Violence contains those 2 subsets. Those 2 elements. Source engine? You fool, instead of manually recreating source engine movement, I just used the source engine. I was thinking about that. Like, if I'm spending all this time recreating little movement quirks and stuff from, like, source engine physics quirks from source engine, then why don't I just use source engine? But I think it's because they don't really license it for commercial projects unless you're big and have money. I don't know about smaller fan projects, but like a small indie commercial project, I guess we'd have to actually like talk to them and find out. But I do feel like this game would maybe be a decent fit. I don't think Source is meant to use like the entity component system and stuff like from Unity though. So it probably wouldn't scale to the, I guess, number of things that I want to have happening. Which is why I'm making this game in ECS in the first place. If I didn't care about performance, I would just be making this in Godot, using nodes and stuff. Let me know if every indie game that uses Source Engine, I have a list of like 104. God, sometimes I have to like remind myself that Titanfall 2, Apex Legends are built off of Source Engine. In Blender Game Engine, timescale applies to frame rate as well. It gets kind of PS4-like, but messing with the frame rate locks. Collisions, I'm trying to find a workaround. Damn. Yeah. I'm like really... What is it? What's the word? Adamant. I strongly believe in separating your physics from your frame rate. Just because, I don't know, any game really should be trying to keep things frame rate independent. I think of like Donkey Kong 64 as a game that has physics that are heavily tied to the frame rate because, what is it? You can lag the game, and to compensate, the developers made it so you move faster when the game is lagging. And you can phase through walls if you get the game laggy enough. So I always try to think about the, you know, the physics tick rate being separate from the frame rate. PS4 frame rate while in bullet time. If I double frame rate in real time, rigid bodies get yeeted into the void like Team Rocket. Yeah, so in my, where is it? My super systems. And Unity makes it easy in like Game Object World. You can do fixed update instead of on update. But in ECS, you have the fixed step simulation system group. So almost everything except the visuals and like the player rotation, those are tied to the fixed step simulation group. So yeah, this one happens. Yeah, this is a player variable super system. So this is on every frame. And it's just view rotation, weapon rotation, input. You know, things that should be every frame. Everything else, movement, weapons, more movement, environmental stuffs, explosions, projectiles. We do this before physics system group, after physics system group. So explosions happen the frame after projectile hits. Yeah, and then our projectile rocket hit system spawns the explosion. Our debug super system, I think, is every frame. Yeah, because it's just debug visuals, and then debug fix super system. This didn't technically have to be in the fixed step, but we only update the player's velocity in the fixed step, so might as well. To avoid lag in bullet time, added simple blurry sepia sphere that becomes visible when in bullet time. Neat. Yeah. Let's get me think about. Fear has bullet time. Max Pain has bullet time. Killing Floor has Z time. Wow. I don't know why these unused imports are here. What else are we doing? I guess that's it for yeah, making thing affected by mass. So we have like a tiny enemy gets launched farther, and we have a big enemy that gets launched less. Or you can define that with the mass of the enemy. You're B, going to the store. Okay, bye. Have a good trip. Have a good time. So anyway, we're making an explosion. And so far what we got, we've just copied the rocket explosion VFX, or the rocket smoke VFX, over to this VFX graph. And I'm not sure. I think I'm just going to follow a tutorial. I'm going to look for a tutorial because I think I found one that I wanted to follow, and we'll just do that one. So let's look for a Unity VFX graph tutorial for making an explosion or something. Easy explosions in Unity. Explosions, VFX in Unity, VFX graph tutorial. That one looks kind of cool. And so there's one other thing I guess I want to think about. In the Unity Galaxies ECS sample, they did a thing where they spawned a single particle with the information they got from the system. So that would look like here, right? And then from that single particle, they triggered a bunch of... The particle exists for one frame, and then they trigger a bunch of other particles to spawn. So I thought that was, I guess, interesting and probably going to be necessary in our case if we're making multiple things here. Anyway, I'm just gonna follow one of these tutorials. Oh my god, explosion. I don't have the audio on, but yeah, it's everyone. So single burst. I might have to actually look at the Galaxies sample to see how they did that. So let's see. I guess we'll just open another instance of the Unity editor. And we'll wait for that to load. For the ECS Galaxy sample. Where is that? There. Unity ECS Galaxy sample. Yeah, you can find the GitHub here. It exists. You can just search for Unity ECS Galaxy sample. And so I already have this downloaded. I've looked at it a bit. But one of the things this does is, you know, explosion VFX things from ECS. So, you know, it should be faster than having a bunch of individual effect instances. You have one big VFX graph that sort of spawns every individual thing like a complicated particle system. Okay, so I have this open actually. If I change to, where is it? ECS Galaxy sample? Yeah. Okay. So we have our spawn event, spawn single burst, set position, set size, and then it has a bunch of trigger event on die. So update particle, we set it alive, false immediately. Sparks, max count, min count. So we randomly select minimum sparks, maximum sparks, and that triggers an event with a count. So trigger event on die, count event. We tie this event to GPU event, spawn event? Huh, okay. Okay. Okay, so each individual thing you want, you connect that to an on-die trigger. And then you also set the count on these for the number of particles. Okay. I guess on-die. So, well, I guess you also do... So you make an update particle, set alive false, and then add trigger events on die for every other particle that you want to spawn. So how does the size get sort of carried over? How does that work? Set size from source. Ah, okay. That makes sense, actually. Okay, so let's go back to our actual project. Oh, that's wrong. That's not it. Okay, here's our project. Here's the rocket event. So... create a update? Yeah, so we create an update node. Or rather, we already have the... Yeah, we have the update thing. Okay. And let's just delete the old ones. The explosion event VFX, right? Okay, so... what does this look like? Set alive. Set alive false, and then... trigger event on die. Die. I have to feed my plants before I do. Neo found something almost as bad as Costco hot dogs and or rice. Also rip Twitch ads. What do you mean almost as bad? It could be almost as bad as those two things. And how could you hate those two things, random perv? I know we've had this conversation like 11 billion times. But you know. Spawn event? Spawn? Is this it? Hold on. Create node event. Event name on play. Rather, it's a GPU event? How's that? GPU event, output event, event buffer. What even is that? Wait. Spawn event? Oh my god, I'm going crazy. Chef boy, canned ravioli on instant noodles. The list that occupies rhymes with bucket. Oh. Chef Boyardee on instant noodles? Damn. That's struggle meal on struggle meal. How does this work? How does this work? I'm What even is this? GPU event, spawn event. Event. Wait. Output event, not this. Event. Can you? What am I looking at? Because my sister's wife said she lived on that during her time in university. I had it unconcluded, not even history's greatest monster should be fed such a thing. I can't remember last time I've had Chef Boyardee. But I do eat instant noodles pretty often. I do feel like those flavors might not go very well together. They can eat rice. You can eat rice. Rice is good. Rice would never betray me. How does this even work? I'm going crazy. I probably should maybe read some documentation on VFX Graph. Initialize particle. This work? That doesn't connect there. That does? That doesn't connect there. Create group node? No. Create sticky node. Oh, it's literally a node. What the hell? Initialize particle strip. Spawn, update particle, event, output event. Operator property. What? Tasted like tomato noodles. She added a beef flavor packet that did help with the flavor, but the meat texture was still off. It's meat. It's canned meat. It's yeah, I feel like meat from a can. Well, I guess tuna, canned tuna isn't that bad. Canned beef, I wouldn't have very high expectations. Yeah, maybe I should actually read some documentation on this. Or what even is this node? See, this is the thing. If we were looking at text, I'm still trying to look at or is it? Where's my other? Here, this is the galaxy sample. I'll just leave it here, I guess. Oh god, it's so small I can't even. Okay, no, never mind. Here's a galaxy sample, and here's my thing. And what I'm looking for is this GPU event. VFX basic GPU event. VFX basic initialize. Is this a custom type from this thing? Am I crazy? VFX system. VFX. Did they custom? Wait, GPU event. How does it even work? Get good canned meats, they do exist. This wasn't? Yeah, like spam. Spam is good canned meat. Your programming thing. Off the geofly plants that provide real edible food. Okay, have fun. Have fun. Good luck. Your plants. I hope you have a successful harvest. Okay, does anyone have experience with Unity VFX Graph? Can someone tell me how this works? Event. Event. Spawn event. Into initialize particle. GPU event. Basic GPU event. Basic GPU event? Wait. Right clicked. Node. Basic event. VFX basic event. Okay, that's a basic event. And then we have a basic GPU event. GPU event. It's not actually a type here, is it? Context. Event. Output event. Operator property. Okay, let me Google this actually. Why am I not Googling more? Unity VFX Graph GPU event? GPU event, visual effect graph. The GPU event context allows you to spawn new particles from particular blocks. Menu path context GPU event. This feature is currently experimental and subject to... Oh, it's experimental, that's why. Enable experimental operators / blocks in the visual effects tab of your project's preferences. Oh. Preferences. Visual effects. Experimental operators / blocks. That's it, right? So now... Oh, whoops, we're in ACS Galaxy example. Hold on. Let's go back to our thing. Go into edit preferences. We go into visual effects and enable experimental operators / blocks. And we create a node, GPU event. There we go. Okay. Now I feel a little dumb, but oh well. So now I'm just gonna take a quick look at the other thing. Is Parker put her there edible where? They're brownies, weed brownies. Oh, not weed brownies. Oh god. I didn't even... Okay, I had... You know what, never mind. It's not that interesting. No. Multiply size. What even is this particle? Sphere, surface, quad, output particle unlit. Scale XYZ, random uniform. Multiply size over life. Set color. Okay. At this point, I think we can start... what's the word? Okay. Go back here. I think we can start following like a regular VFX graph tutorial, so I'm gonna do that. We're gonna follow this guy's tutorial. From Game Dev the Indie Way. In the funny all caps text. Okay. Explosion. Single burst 30 particles. Okay. I guess in that case we do what, count? 30? It's kind of a lot though. Let's see. Oh, Creative Commons 0 flipbook textures. Okay, I'm gonna borrow these. I'm gonna take a look at these. Free VFX images of sequences and flipbooks. Yippee! Nice. That's a good one. Explosion 02. 02 HD. These are nice, actually. These are CC0? Nice. Public domain. Which one's a good one? Flame 02, Flame 3. Guess we just do... Start with, Let's do explosion too. Flipbooks, download zip. I don't even know where I'm saving these. I have an assets folder, but it's in my Godot folder still. Okay, we have EXR and TGA, so I guess we copy TGA to our assets folder. So go to the folder, thing, assets. I'm just gonna make a textures folder, I guess. Now you have explosion somewhere, assets, textures, this one. Look at that. Or it's in the corner where I am. Look at that. Look at that preview. Look at that. Boom. Okay. Cool. So, following this tutorial. Single verse of 30. I think we're doing, what was it? We're triggering the event with count of 30 here. Go steal stand from the river, BRB. Hopefully you don't get eaten by a Carpdor Fortress style. Okay, good luck. Don't get eaten. Don't get bored. Don't die. Why are you stealing sand from the river? Okay, I have no mind of my own. I am going to blindly copy what this person does. So in initialize particle, set lifetime. We'll do 4. Okay. Pocket sand. Hold on, Cloud Chaser will find my skeleton inside a massive carp 200 years in the future. No. Set position. Position shape sphere. Okay. Arc sphere. We can set the radius. I think we want to scale this, right? So rather, oh, can we do that from? Wait. Scale from source. How do we get the scale here though? I want the whole effect to be scaled based on the scale of the original particle, rather size. Set size. So we spawn one particle. The one particle dies immediately. We can set some properties to copy from the thing. So, right, size, right? Source. What does that look like? Source, from source. How does this work then? If you want to set the radius of the sphere that spawns from the size, can we do that? True size overwrite source. Spawn mode random, arc sphere, Arc controls how much of a sphere is used. The values in radians angle. Okay. Is there no way to copy that over somehow? Operator. Property. Unless I can somehow... Does that even work? That seems weird. I don't see how that is supposed to work. Unless it's like copying it from the last time. Huh? You know what? Let's just hardcode this. Okay. Radius 2. Well, we'll think about that later. We'll go back to the tutorial and just follow. Oh yeah, that's another thing that makes this hard to deal with is you don't get the preview in the same way as if you were just making a normal effect, huh? Guess you can just test in game. Okay, random angle X. Oh, okay. So we output a... Hold on. Hide that. We output a particle quad. Okay, an unlit quad. Set our texture to this one, explosion. It's the UV mode flip book. Okay, oh wait, we got the browser audio working. There we go. There. This might be super quiet though.
Context, I'm not going to use the first 5 sprites. Use one of these explosion flip books and set the UV mode to flip book.
Hold on, I need to output particle quad. Shader graph. Is this an older version of thing? UV mode. Oh, UV mode. Flipbook. Flipbook layout. Texture 2D.
I'm going to set the textures index over life in the update context. I'm not going to use the first 5 sprites.
Okay, and then we do an update. Update particle. Okay.
So we're going to go from 5 to 25 because it's a 5x5 grid. Instead of setting size over lifetime, I'm going to set size random from curve, and I'm going to use this preset curve, and then we're going to multiply it by 5.
Oh, neat.
This preset curve go from 5 to 25 because it's a 5x5 grid.
How does it get the splitting of the flipbook automatically? Does it do that automatically?
UV mode to flipbook. I'm going to set the textures index over life in the update context. I'm not going to use the first 5.
Okay, set index over life. Set index. Texture index over life. Texture index. Follows a curve.
So we're going to go from 5 to 25 because it's a 5x5 grid.
5 to 25. I'm just gonna copy that. So from 5 to 25. Neat. Don't need to make that linear.
Go from 5 to 25 because it's a 5 by 5 grid.
I feel like it should be linear. Oh my god. Edit 5. Edit 25. Okay, now it's linear from 5 to 25. Okay.
Instead of setting size over lifetime, I'm going to set size random from curve, and I'm going to use this preset curve, and then we're going to multiply it by 5.
Oh, flipbook size. Oh, okay. Flipbook size 5 by 5. All right. Just saw that. All right, you can go flipbook. Mode face camera plane. There, orient face camera plane, okay.
And the color over lifetime gradient, I'm gonna make it a bright orange with intensity set to 10, and somewhere like 1/3 into the gradient, I'm going to decrease the intensity to 0. 10. It's random from curve, and I'm
Okay, we do set size random curve.
This preset curve, and then we're going.
All right, set size. Oh, where's that? Size over life. Random. Set size random. Use one of these presets. Okay.
Going to multiply it by 5.
And then multiply size. Can we? How do we do that? Wait. I mean, you could just what? Multiply the values on the curve. How did he do that? Or is that just an older version of the VFX graph?
Gradient.
Size, screen space size, size, set size, custom, no, size, 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 set size. From map 2D. I'm going crazy. Okay, maybe I should find a more recent tutorial if it's using stuff that doesn't exist anymore. Although honestly, I should probably check it out in engine and see what it looks like. In game. Boom. It's so slow. Wow. Oh, it's in the wrong position. Hold up. Oh, we never set the position, did we? Hold on. So in here. Set position from source. it works, but it's setting the position of every single particle. Huh. Maybe I should look at the ECS Galaxy sample again. Set position shape. Sphere. Set color, set size. We're already setting position shape. Or we set the position first? Is that it? I feel like we're missing something. Sides. This maybe? Wrong position now. That's because they're all appearing at 0, 0. Wait, I thought we fixed that, didn't we? Or rather, we fixed that with set position from source and then set position shape. How is this? Apply size. That's what manual. Cheap sphere surface random. Sphere position. Oh, get position. You can't see this, but this one. We're doing get position current, and then feeding that into set position shape. Okay. So get the position current. Feed that into the position shape somewhere. Transform? Position. So now, yeah, now they're spawning in the correct position. Thing is, it's not adhering to the scale of the explosion in a meaningful way. If we have one single particle that represents like the explosion, like say ultrakill styled explosions, that could work, maybe. But if we're doing like spawning things inside and trying to base that spawn size, wait, I can do that, can't I? Hold on. If we have get position, then we can do what? Get scale? Get size? Get size? Pass that into radius of the sphere. Wait, I'm figuring it out. yeah, it works. So now the surface of the explosion is littered with these tiny particles. Yeah, we're figuring it out. How about I go with one of these tutorials? All this tutorial, I guess.
Today we are going to see how a simple and easy explosion is done in Unity. I believe this is a great exercise / video in case you are in a rush and...
So he does both the particle system and the VFX graph, so let's watch the VFX graph.
If you are fine with the particle system, that's about it. What I'm gonna do now is show you how to create it with VFX graph. So the process is the same. Right click to create an empty game object, and then we can on a folder create a visual effect graph, call it VFX graph _ easy explosion, in my case tutorial, and drag and drop it to the empty. Make sure the Y is 0, press the edit button, and here we go, we are inside VFX graph. Now the process is the same in here. We don't want to constantly spawn particles. Instead, let's remove this and add a single burst. And then a random number. I'm searching this with spacebar. Between 15 and 25. Make sure it isn't constant and the seed is per component. And connect it to count. Let's already create a group, select everything, group selection, rename this to sparks. We could use a set velocity, but I'm going to show you a nice trick where we use a set sphere, a set position sphere, and say the radius 0.1.
Okay, random 15 to 25.
Velocity, but
we can do that in... Hold up. We can do that here? Yeah, random. Random int from 15 to 25 per... What did they do? Uncheck constant. What the hell, y'all? Hello. Look at our VFX graph spaghetti. Well, it's not that spaghetti yet, but could be. Just gonna reorder these for readability on the graph. Velocity random. I guess we'll just get rid of this.
But
okay, I'm following a tutorial.
Where we use the set velocity from direction and speed spherical. Yeah, I know, long names. But this one, it's cool because we can say the speed mode is random between 5 and 19, for example. Lifetime, short one, 0.4, 0.7. I'm actually using the same values that I used for the particle system. Spherical.
Okay, what does this look like? So we're making random between 15 and 25 particles.
And say the radius 0.
We're setting the lifetime randomly. Set the lifetime random. Random uniform between 1 and 3. We did. I like the rainbow outline. Makes it much more pleasing. Still kind of spaghetti. Yeah, the outlines are kind of cool. Okay, GPU event. Okay.
And now we need velocity. But I'm going to show you another trick where we use the set velocity from direction and
so we do set position, shape sphere.
Speed.
Guess we're already doing that.
Yeah, I know, long names. But this one,
set velocity from direction and speed, spherical. It's spherical. Alright, set velocity from direction and speed, spherical, speed mode.
It's cool because we can say the speed mode is random between 5 and 19, for example.
Make it random between 5 and 19.
Lifetime, short one, 0.4, 0.7. I'm actually using the same values
Set lifetime. Wait, I thought we
that I used for the particle section and speed. Time, short system version. And
oh, okay. He just said it again. So point. I'll just copy his values, 0.4 to 0.7.
down here, we can assign the default particle for the main texture. We don't need materials in VFX graph, which is cool. And
state particle. After particle quad. This one's just the sparks, right? So okay, we don't need this one.
size of our life.
You can use the default particle. Oh, where's that? You need built-in default particle, that one?
The composition needs to be in multiply mode.
Base camera plane, multiply size over life. So get rid of the set size, multiply size, over life. Set size over life. Rather, no, it's multiply size over life. Wait, where is that? Multiply size over life. Composition multiply. Oh, there we go. Okay. Multiply the size over life.
Something like this for the curve, that's fine. We don't need a set color over.
Something going down linearly. Wait, where are the downwards presets? Huh?
Lifetime, this for the curve, that's fine.
Wait a minute. Where are my presets? They're all just going up. Number go up. Oh, you can't see the window I have open. Makes it feel less like boring programming, more like a cheap Korean FPS. Really deep mechanics. One game I think about called The Dawn. The mid runs horribly because it's on UI, but it has passion. Numbers going up. This number is. This funny graph is. Oh. Dang it, I have to make my curve manually. Can't believe you'd do this to me. Starts at 1, goes to 0. And then just this like Bezier thing. Alright, close enough.
We don't need a set color over lifetime. We can switch it with a set color and select the color similar to this. As you can see in here, we can already increase the intensity to something like 3, for example.
Just do an orange color, set color. So do an orange of high intensity. High intensity. Ooh. Very intense.
There we go. Looking
Very piss yellow. It's probably be whiter
here we
than
can already increase the intensity to something like 3, for example.
Oh wow. Slightly moving it off from the. Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
There we go. Looking
Okay.
nice. There.
Drink a glass of milk, something chunky was in it.
Reddish,
Oh
but
no.
that's fine. Before
Oh no, I'm thinking about that one green text or the guy. No, I shouldn't
the
say.
multiply size,
Where the wife had a miscarriage and the guy was eating the wife out. Oh no.
over life, let's add a
Free protein. Free protein. But the last 2 hours sleeping.
set size.
Dude,
random
sleep is so
between
important. I feel like you really
0 to 1 and 1.
need to be getting a proper amount of sleep if you want brain to function. But I guess your brain can also not be functioning if you are getting too much sleep as well. So get the proper amount of sleep. Not anything more, not anything less.
1. And to make this stretched intensity to
What
something
do you do?
like
He
3,
set
for
the
example. There we go.
color.
Looking nice. They're a little bit reddish.
Right,
but
we
that's
did
fine.
that.
Before the
Let's just take a look how that looks in game. Oh. Oh. Low forever. Okay.
multiply size over
Wait, didn't we set the lifetime though? Random uniform 0.4, 0.7. Then why is it not lifetiming out?
for life, let's add a set size.
Why is it not doing any of that? Huh? Huh? What about 18 hours of sleep? That's a perfect example of why sleep is so important. Okay, I'm a little sleepy. A little eepy. Don't you like die if you're asleep for more than 8 hours? Heard it on a forum for sleep deprived friends. Yeah, it does mess you up a little to sleep too much. Yeah, too much. Like 18 hours is probably too much. Ugh. 6 to 8 hours. That's what they recommend, right? Ugh. 10 hours, you're pushing it. 12 hours, you might have a problem. 5 hours? It's looking a bit low there, friend. I'm not your buddy, friend. I'm not your friend, guy. Center. Why is this? Oh, is it the... Wait. Wait a minute. Thanks, Saribot. Can always count on you to murder the evil bots. By they, you mean Big Sleep, who is trying to control us by making us sleep. The eepiness in our brains just the laser sending through the 6G waves to get us to sleep. My god, Sandman is real. It's in the 6G towers. Did you guys see... This is like only tangentially related. Did you guys see Veritasium's new video about PFAS? About forever chemicals? I just saw that. I was like... And he mentioned how microwave popcorn bags have those forever chemicals in the lining. And they tested it, and it's like one of the worst food products for getting PFAS, for getting forever chemicals into your food. I'm like, oh. And then I cooked and I ate a bag of microwave popcorn after that. It didn't feel good. I once slept in the back room of my work for the entire day on accident. My boss felt bad for me, just let me sleep. Yeah. Man. Okay. Okay. That's like hearing a song about respecting your friends and proceeding to leave someone under it. Yeah. Yeah, I know. But I already paid for the whole box of microwave popcorn. What am I gonna do? I mean, I guess probably just buy kernel corn instead of the microwave one and make it in a pan. That's probably what you should do. Not a non-stick pan, though. Ugh.
Random between
Set size, multiply size of your life, set color.
and 2.
Why was... Hold on, save. Why are they just stuck? Huh? What's up with that? Boosh. 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 Flowy particles. Yay. It's funny how the the rocket trail sound just instantly disappears. Oh god. They're very glowy. Very round. Like you could reach out and touch them. Oh, wait. Stop. Okay, hold on. Why is this not updating? Should we even add the update particle? Wait. Did we just not... Do we need to have an update particle? Yes, we do, actually. Okay. Noted. If you don't update the particle won't update. It looks like it's just moving away from the origin 0, 0. So I think our space is messed up. Which would be set velocity from direction speed spherical. Oh, okay. So our center also needs to be set with get position. Okay. And now... Wait a minute. What? Huh? Boing boom. I wasn't here when the boom was implemented. I did that off stream. But the VFX we're doing this stream. Boom. No audio. Like. Hold on. We set the center. Right? we are supposed to set the center like this, right? Speed mode random. Okay. Huh. Okay, sets the center of the spherical direction. Particles will move outwards from this position. That's what we did, right? Set position shape. Set the transfer position. Am I crazy? You should record yourself saying boom and use it as a placeholder for testing. You know what we do have? Wait. Wait. Did I even? Where's the funny? There's the funny explosion sound. I'm looking for it. Where did I save that even? Audio. Oh, here it is. Guys, listen. We got that's the Roblox or the Game Maker explosion sound. I haven't actually added the sound effect or anything like that yet. I don't even know. I think we can do it in ECS. Either that. I don't think you can tie it to like a VFX event. Or can you? You probably can actually. Stock sound, yeah. I even remember well, Ultrakill has it in the developer credits museum when you throw a plushie in the trash can. Okay. There's something wrong with this setting our velocity from direction and speed. So I don't know if we're setting something. Direction blend is blend between the original mission direction and the new direction. So when we got rid of the center, then it moves outwards from the origin, which is wrong. Unless it's because... No, that is correct, right? Hold on. Then if we set the center from the position and save and run it, it's like this. There's no velocity getting applied. It's weird. Why is that happening? Gooner's got to jelly bean. I love VTuber drama. I fucking love browsing Twitter and wanting to die and not wanting to be a part of this community anymore every single freaking day I look at Twitter. I swear to God. Man. I mean, some of it's from the VTubers being shitty, but some of it's from just people unrelated to VTubers being shitty. Or was it the latest one is Dokibird, right? Nothing that was Dokibird's fault. It was that Dokibird's management, or was it like the PC case guy she was like trying to take advantage of her. It was charging like a stupid amount of billable hours on work that wasn't even being shown any proof of getting done. That's messed up. Man. Why do people have to be like this? And to Dokibird of all people. Mostly watch like human YouTubers, unlike dog YouTubers. Once they started reporting on VTuber drama, that's when you know it's huge. Oh boy, what was it this time? Is it the Kirsch one? Kirsha one? And Vice took down their articles. I mean, that's basically admitting defeat from Vice, right? I'm like, I feel like my brain's like halfway split on God, the drama is juicy. I love seeing it. And it's entertaining. And then the other half of me is like, I fucking hate this. I wish we didn't have to live in this world. I wish that I didn't have to be associated with the VTuber, the quote-unquote VTuber community in any way. It's a weird mixed feeling. All I know is some smaller VTubers wanting free models, so they just use AI to steal them. Oh, yeah. Yeah, AI generated models, huh? That's crazy. That's crazy. Where would that be happening, huh? Huh? Anyway. Jellybean? Yeah, they're an adult. It's like not an excuse to goon. You aren't gooning to moist critical. Who's Jellybean? Which Jellybean? Jellybean? The bean. This is my bean. Straight up I'm playing with my bean. Has to be some kind of limit to this. I don't know. I feel like there's no harm, right? As long as you're not like harassing the VTubers directly. I feel like SFW, as long as you're keeping it in your own little corner or whatever, like, it's fine, right? I don't know. Jellybean was relevant like a few years ago because they just made content. Twitter didn't like that. They doxed and harassed them for a year. Man, can anyone catch a break in this freaking society we live in? Or is everyone destined to be doxed and harassed regardless of what you do? Just because people find it funny? Man, okay, why is this set velocity from direction and speed not working? Mode constant 999. Nothing. Nothing. There's nothing. Is it because it's the... Oh, is it getting the position of the particle after we spawn it with the set position shape? Is that what's happening? Or I guess it, yeah, reordering wouldn't actually change things, huh? Oh. Wait, no, reordering should... Wait. Location... Source. Wait. I think we did it. Wait. Change this back to speed mode random between, was it 5 and 19? Yeah, there we go. Okay. I'm feeling less dumb now. Yeah. Woohoo. Yippee. Fireworks. Okay, there we go. People who wanted to inflict harm upon them, having those same people talk about wanting to... Wow. Jellybean privated their Twitter account and just led to more harassment. The PNG YouTubers, Vega, you get so many PNG YouTubers now to where it doesn't mean much. Just need to respect people, right? I guess with VTubers that there's that weird disconnect where people don't really see them the same as a flesh streamer, as a normal ass person. Like, it'd be kind of weird to make a, you know, porn of a flesh streamer, right? A normal ass person. But like, VTuber, there's that disconnect between, you know, person and model. And some things are like more normalized than outside VTubing. Which, for better or for worse, I guess. But yeah, it is a vague idea. It's like, I don't know, this whole, what's the word? The whole idea of like community just feels weird and like divisive at times, especially on Twitter, I guess. A lot of NSFW material of all YouTubers, especially female. Most of it is like ironic. Ironic. You say that word. But whenever you say that word. Because like if one person's doing it ironically, surely there's like, you know, 10 other people doing something unironically, right? I feel like that just happens. Some communities are just, you know, but others you can't stay mad at them for longer than 5 seconds. Yeah. God, whenever people say like the VTubing community, I feel like it's always in a way that's kind of negative. Like, VTuber community has a problem with X or Y or Z, and then it just creates this division where like this one side wants to claim that this is the VTuber community, and this other side wants to claim this is the VTuber community, and they just hate each other and they just don't get along, and really they should just not really consider themselves in the same community, I feel. I think VTubing, it's a medium, right? You're using a virtual avatar, and it's like vague enough that I don't think it can really be limited to one community or the other. Like there will be niches, there will be sort of social cliques or whatever. There will be like sort of subgroups, subgenres that form. Do you like chill streamers? Do you like energetic streamers? Do you like I don't know, technical content like what I'm doing? Which I guess that's not like a huge division, but the bigger division I see is just like the cultural, the ones that are okay with X versus the ones that hate X and want X to die. X being the representing a variable, not the social media platform. Just going on just chatting while logged out is pretty much equal to going on a order site. Queer people? People talking about the gays and a native light or an ironic negative light. Personality problems, gooners are misrepresented. Every community always has a section full of tissue, full trash cans, neckbeard, no shower gooners. Gooners aren't people who watch VTubers and like download a VTuber skin from the Minecraft home. Well, some of them watch VTubers, right? Some of them only really care about the model, I guess, and then some of them do actually watch the VTuber and maybe get, I'm gonna use the word parasocial. The buzzword. That word too. Man, I what's the word? I don't know. Talking about this kind of stuff just sort of feels weird. It's like, I guess, judgmental in a way that I don't really want to align myself with. I think gooning in your own private corner of the internet is totally fine. And you could argue for, you know, it's like genuinely harmful in some ways. But I think in general, like if you're being a chill person, if you're just doing your thing and you're not like harassing the VTuber about it, then I think we should, I don't know. I think that should be fine. I think that's fine. You're free to disagree, but I think that's fine. You can look up anything, any movie, game, show, even book, you'll always find that one group. Yeah. I don't know, I see people trying to police this sort of behavior on the internet, and I don't know, it bothers me. It rubs me the wrong way. It makes me want to stop browsing fucking Twitter all the time because I really need to fucking spend less time on the website. I think part of the reason I just feel less motivated to post about VTuber stuff on Twitter, or just talk about VTubers in general on Twitter, or give my opinion on stuff like that, is just all the posts I see on Twitter are people arguing about X is good. Actually, X is terrible, and Y is much better. Or like, you know, talking about, ooh, VTubing has a pedophile gooner problem, etc. And then people on the other side being like, fuck you, get the fuck out of our community. Like that, the constant bickering, it gets tiring. And I understand feeling passionately about that sort of thing, but I kind of just want to not see that. Ugh. Or I guess just culture war stuff in general, which I guess the Kirsch drama is pretty tied into. It really feels it's Gamergate all over again, man. I thought we were done with this like last decade. But man, it just keeps happening. There's no escape, man. Man. I mean, there is an escape. You can just close Twitter and look away from it, but man, there's no escape, man. Comes parasocial relationships, two groups that do it best are gooners and lonely people. Goon and silence freak. Inside of me, I have two wolves. One of them wants to fight about every opinion I have because everyone else is objectively wrong. The other is mentally stable. I am probably going to die. You have two wolves inside of you. One wants to doom scroll Twitter and read internet arguments. The other wants to just chill and be a dude. God, I feel like every day, every passing day on the internet, it feels more and more like the Frowning Friends episode of Smiling Friends. I think about that episode a lot because every time I see shit on the internet that's like talking about how terrible everything is, I can understand wanting to be informed in like some way, in some level, but like there's a line where it stops being useful to you. And that line, I think, is at a very low point of seeing negativity on the internet. Man. I have two wolves inside of me. If you have two wolves inside of you, you're probably dead. You have two wolves? Well, I have three wolves.
They are round, as
I
you
have
can see.
4 wolves. That's a lot of
Scale.
wolves.
Random as well between 0.2 and 0.8 for the X, and 1 and 2 for the...
So, I think I want to multiply the scale actually. So actually I can, was it get size source multiply? Do like 0.2 or something. Now what? That didn't fix it? Hold on. Oh, there we go. Okay, go with that. Set size from source multiplied by 0.2. Yeah, there we go. So now those are like the sparks, I guess. Maybe 0.3. Boom. Boom. Does that affect the... I guess that's fine. Wait, is it not interpolated? Okay, whatever. You want drama, make it. Actually, AI models for small VTubers is totally fine. There's your drama. Go make a fucking Twitter call out post talking about cancel me for using AI. I'm not even using AI right now. I feel like aesthetically I've sort of grown away from it. I've grown to just not care about it anymore. But also like like me personally, I'm what's the word? I think I'm turned away from AI generated images just on a level of aesthetics at this point. And if you wrangle the AI to generate a specific style that looks unique, that does not look like the usual AI slop, then honestly, I'd probably be with it. Talking about like for small creators who don't really have the budget to hire artists and things. It's not that much drama anyways. Even the slop channels that feed me constant drama, revisiting old drama. Kendrick versus Drake videos I keep seeing. Now people are talking about Colleen Ballinger again. I think curly fries are horrible. I think curly fries are okay, I guess. Waffle fries are okay, I guess. It's really more about the quality of the fry itself than like the form factor, I think. Like what seasoning, what batter are you using? I like steak wedges. Talking about like steak fries, or are we talking about small YouTubers will end up killing said YouTuber? AI for small YouTubers will end up killing said YouTuber because you're immediately shunning people away from just the thumbnail, and people okay with AI will just go to another AI, which I always said. Yeah, it's good for practicing and starting out, but it's not good for final product at all. Yeah, I mean, I can just kind of tell at this point, right? Barring, I don't know, some huge leap in the capabilities, which I think we're seeing a bit as people are getting more and more, like clean AI images are fooling people more and more now, I think. Sometimes. But in general, like people tend to, what's the word? AI tends to attract people who just want to use the defaults. And the defaults end up looking like generic AI slop now. So I think that's my sort of, here's my hot take. My hot take is that like people using AI tend to use the defaults, and the defaults look like slop. Like people, it's like I've trained my senses now. If I see a highly detailed image, then I'm like, this is suspicious. And then I look closer at the details and I'm like, okay, yeah, this is AI slop. Look at the incomprehensible garbage. But where's it even going with this take? Where's it even going? I guess I don't feel that really that hugely strongly either way. My qualms with AI are mostly like from an aesthetic point of view. That like people using AI are not being creative enough in using the AI to make something unique and not just, that doesn't just feel like slop. And yeah, for like a professional quality product that you're expecting people to pay money for, then yeah, I'd be turned off if they're using AI. I was at like a restaurant recently that was using AI for like some banners and stuff they had out. And like I could immediately tell because of like, okay, yeah, incomprehensible garbage in the details. It's like they didn't even bother to look closely at it at all. Man. What are defaults specifically? I mean, we could derail the stream, which we're kind of already doing. I could look at AI images. I mean, some of it can kind of look cool. But like, when you're exposed to it enough, it kind of just becomes like noise. It becomes it's too common now. It's like, okay, this highly detailed AI art looking style, I've seen enough of it. It is making me feel fatigued on it, I guess. AI technology is not going the direction VTubers want. VTuber software is not going in the direction of AI as far as I know. I feel like, what was it? I was looking at 3D model generation. There are like a few websites that are doing it, I think. And yeah, it has a bit of like an uncanny AI feel. Meshy AI, is this one? Yeah, this one. Here, stuff like this. I was thinking that the best application for AI in VTubing is for rigging, because rigging is a lot of simple but tedious work, I feel. I suppose if you're getting really fancy fit, then maybe it's a bit more technical, a bit more involved. But like, I feel like most of rigging, from my, well, limited experience trying to learn rigging, is that a lot of it is very like tedious but simple work, but hard to automate. And I feel like using AI for that specifically would really help for, I guess, letting people do their own rigging, or for like speeding up the rigging process for professional riggers. Don't own an iPhone. Think if you want a good AI generation, you'll end up paying for it. People end up paying more than it costs. Just commission an artist. Man, YouTubers I see popping up don't even have good art. They draw themselves, make content interesting in their own way. Yeah, it's less about like technical skill and more like just the overall effect of the art. You can draw something simple and cartoony or whatever, as long as it, like, I don't know, I've been thinking about it more with like my thumbnails over the past, well, whole time I've been streaming basically. So if I open up my latest thumbnail in GIMP, this thing, like, what I think really matters is just zooming out. And what does that look like? This explosion should probably be more orange. It's too gray. Right? If you look at this, instantly, does it make you feel things? It's too gray. Too gray. I really should have changed this. But like the placement, the drop shadow stuff. So whenever I do text, it's just drop shadow for the outline, because that's how you do strokes in GIMP. That's how I do strokes, at least. So this black outline is a drop shadow with some funny settings on it, and then another drop shadow for the shading behind it, just so it, you know, it's very readable at a distance. This live border I found for free online. I forgot where, but from someone who's making that asset. Not everyone has time to learn how to draw. Unemployed artists get $20 for you on Patreon. Man. Most time I hear not everyone has a skill to make art. When I was a wee little lad, neither did I. Just spent 16 years of my life learning to draw. I think the argument there is more time. If you're arguing that, ooh, learning art is impossible, no one will ever, you'll never learn art, then that's just wrong, in my opinion. Right? It's not about it being a skill that is easy or possible to learn, right? If you have the time, you can definitely learn it. The real problem is just the time, right? Time that I spend learning 2D art. Well, okay, I guess some of the skills transfer. If I spent time learning 2D art, it would probably also help with 3D art, because typically you're making 3D art from a reference that you draw in 2D. If I spent time learning 2D art, then that is time that I could be spending learning 3D art. That is time I could be spending learning Unity dots, ECS coding stuff for my game. When you're like not trying to like justify spending all your time complaining about, ooh, learning art is so hard, and not learning art when you're just wasting the same amount of time learning AI art. But like, from the perspective of I am trying to improve my skills at things that will be relevant to the thing that I'm trying to make, then time I spend learning 2D art is time that I could be spending coding. It's maybe not like a solid, rock solid case, I guess. Like, I probably do have the time to learn both, to be honest. but I guess that's how I see it. Like there is an argument to be made, but it's not the argument of like it's impossibly hard to learn art. It's the argument of I would rather be spending my time learning a different skill. It was literally meant to be simple, tedious work, not meant to be creative or make art that people want to look at. Made of fix up slight blemishes or remove things from a picture you don't want. Yeah, like like Photoshop has the smart fill or something. Heard about the Logitech CU wanting to install an AI-powered mouse? What the fuck does that even mean? What part of my mouse needs AI, man? Ooh, AI. Ooh, buzzword. Ooh, buy our new mouse. It's $20 more, but it has AI. What does the AI do? Oh, you can press a button and it activates Siri or something. Who cares, man? Not meant to create the whole picture. When you do, you'll start creating blemishes alongside. Yeah. When you look at Neo from far away and squint, it almost looks like a blurry Neo. Yeah. I'm blurry. Why not just stroke it or use the stroke effect? GIMP doesn't have a stroke effect built in. I don't think it has a stroke effect built in, but you can use the drop shadow to make a stroke. Didn't take me 16 years to learn art, just took me 16 years to perfect my style. I mean, yeah, you can make... I can scribble something in MS Paint, right? If we want to keep down this lag. Was it? Far behind. I am too far behind. Right? There's a lot of things in life that you can just do, right? It's a question of like your skill in doing it, of like the time it takes to develop that skill. And art has like a really long skill curve, I guess, a long time to master. Started learning art because I wanted to draw my cringy Tails Recolor OC back in the day. Yeah. Honestly, I probably should be thinking more about like learning art myself if I don't want to, you know, form a team and get someone else to do assets and art and VFX. Stuff like that. I guess doing VFX too is a form of art. Technical art, maybe. Almost eaten alive by 2 human-sized carps. I was able to bring up politics before being consumed. They began arguing about YouTube drama as I squirmed away. Oh my god, drama can be useful in the real world. They're doing that leopard. The AI obsession. AI is already on the downswing because of things like digital tar pits. Yeah. Yeah. But they are looking for new training data. I was just in was it? Someone was talking about how they saw like a job listing where they were told to like grade an AI on like a coding task and then complete the coding task in a way that's good. And basically you're being paid to provide training data for the AI. I haven't even talked about AI coding yet, have I? Still probably best as like a short autocomplete, and if you rely on it too much, if you're vibe coding, then you're gonna make like an unmaintainable mess, almost certainly, at least currently. But on the one hand, terrible for the, for the software job market. On the other hand, if you alone have the power to like make really complicated things with the help of AI, then I think that's cool. I think that's useful. Great news for the unemployed. So you're about to eat me. The 22nd Constitution of the United States. Leopard just fucking dies. Everyone using what? You can do anything you want to, just not be able to do it well. Yeah. As long as you pick up the pencil, Neo. I do actually have a drawing tablet that I got. It's just kind of big and I don't have like... I'd have to like set it up on my desk. So maybe drawing stream eventually. Probably like thinking about art concepts for the game. Or actually, speaking of, I've been thinking about like an outfit redesign, or just thinking about what I want my outfit to be if I were to, you know, get like a custom made model. So for like a ref sheet or something, your AI robot giant test is going to be a thing for 30 years. And when it does, you'll pay the 40K for it, then have to pay a 2K subscription fee on every week. Yeah, I don't have... I'm not super optimistic on... what's the word? AI being... what's the word? Not exorbitantly priced. Not designed in a way that's meant to like nickel and dime everyone for their last pennies. Microsoft did some layoffs between more vibe coded windows. Small vulnerabilities that will be treated with high severity, causing chaos. Great. The AI can make Windows 11 even worse for all of us. Which I'll have to switch over when support for Windows 10 ends. God damn it. Maybe more Linux friends. Honestly, if games were more supported, the main thing limiting gaming on Linux is like kernel anti-cheat, right? I guess there's other software that matters for me, is like VTubing doesn't support Spout 2 on Linux. But other than that, it's probably like mostly there. Of course, you still probably want to stay on Windows for certain kinds of software. I know how well Unity runs on Linux, but I could probably develop this game on Linux, right? Right? Does Unity support Linux? Wait. Unity, Linux. Start page. Why are you doing this? Unity, Linux? How's the experience on Linux nowadays? Works perfectly fine. Occasionally some glitches, differences between the Windows version, nothing I haven't been able to get past. Install.net. Yeah, I could totally develop this game on Linux. Neat. Need 2 hands to write AI prompts, only 1 to make art. Oh my god. Oh my god. How are you gonna focus on making the good art? That's the real problem. If you're like gooning to the art as you make it, like that's probably impairing your ability to actually make the good art. Right? In some way? I don't know. That's the one manga where it's like the girl who's drawing while schlorking it. Oh god. You definitely have one hand on Shaft as they type big anime, big boba. Bigger. Bigger. Only thing I'm grateful about AI is letting me talk with my wife. Be happy. God, the AI therapy. AI therapy. Talking to Hatsune Miku as your AI therapist. There was just a news article that I saw. I was talking about like, what is it? Where was it? It was talking about how people are using ChatGPT. It was Sam Altman or someone talking about how different age brackets use ChatGPT, and what they found was people in their like 20s and 30s are using it to like check important life decisions. Like they were asking ChatGPT for help with important life decisions. I thought that was interesting. I think I saw that on Reddit though. Someone will jailbreak the giant, test more cracked versions of it so you don't have to pay the fee. Good. Good. The Nuvo games look on Linux, the Proton versions will lock you out of the game you purchased with your money. Oh my god. You can natively do Linux, yeah, but then you have to think about building for multiple platforms, and that's pain, right? When Proton exists and works perfectly fine for like most games. Using ChatGPT more often, you ask questions, look for research and stuff. I feel bad about it because I'd rather talk to a real person, but Nishikon me. GPT, where do I appear the body? Right? As a learning tool, what was that? I saw like a comment from someone who was talking about how they're studying, I forgot what kind, mechanical engineering or something, and how ChatGPT is terrible at doing the actual math. But for as a general learning resource, it's very useful for like, how do I do X? Well, maybe for mechanical engineering, things are a little more stable compared to like coding. Coding, I still feel like it's a mess. It just hallucinates all the time. I haven't actually talked to ChatGPT in a while though. Maybe it would help me with Unity entity stuff, or teaching me Unity VFX graph. It would probably just link me some videos or whatever. I want to implement Proton outside of Steam, honestly. Likely I'm going to be downloading this from wherever you first upload. If you're uploading on Steam, it's easy to do multiply. Oh, yeah. You're right. Yeah, if I'm publishing this to itch.io, then it's a bit more of a pain in the ass. I remember I set up for like HoloCure or something before it came to Steam on like a Linux laptop I had. Where you just like... I think someone made a script that you can use to add it as like a non-Steam game and then launch it through Proton without Steam somehow. What life decision should I make? ChatGPT, invest all your money into us and our partner companies. Yeah, trust the AI. The AI knows best. Never make any decisions for yourself. Never think critically ever again. Never do anything. That's the scariest part, I think, is just the thought of not thinking by using AI. Using AI so you think less and just ending up as you thinking less instead of you being able to do more. It just ends up with you thinking less and your skills atrophying and your ability to think deeply about problems atrophying. That's scary. Stop treating ChatGPT as human. Find ways to demoralize it, make it know it's fake. I used ChatGPT to predict the release date of Half-Life 3 by using the half-life decay of the xenium from the first game. Let's see. Half-Life 1 was what, 98? Half-Life 2, 2004? Episode 1, Episode 2, like 2007 or 8 or something? Man. Half-Life Alyx was that 2019, 2020 or something? Oh god, it's been that long. What the hell? Machine smarter, human dumber. Yeah. I think that's the thing we really should be fighting against, is just... what's it? Getting apathetic, getting like, letting your critical thinking skills atrophy from over-relying on AI, on ChatGPT. From what the math said, should release in 2034. Yay! Yay! Ugh. Were there some leaks that talked about or mentioned like a Half-Life X project or something in the works? There was the 20th anniversary, the Half-Life 2 20th anniversary, where they revealed a bit of stuff about Episode 3, right? On critical thinking skills, spend a year in the woods. Be free. Be free from technology. Be free. I'm saying Half-Life X is going to be Half-Life 3. It's going to be real this year. I'm saying, don't lock me up. If you think about TikTok, it's getting even worse. Not only dumber, but no concentration, retention at all. Yeah, spending all day on social media, consuming content instead of making something. I'll do that to you. Which is, I guess, weird to think about as a content creator myself. Guys, stop watching YouTube. Go outside, touch grass. Close this app. Go work on your own projects. I guess we're using this as background noise. That works. Here, leave the stream on, but then get up from your desk and go do something else more productive. So you keep giving me watch time. But you improve your life. It's a win-win. Oh my god. My projects are YouTubeable. That actually is the case. You start thinking about how you can do good. goals and quickly realize how critical you think. Yeah. Yeah. Dopamine detox, as they say. I probably... Well, it's probably not like a magical thing that solves everything, but it would probably help. It's probably good to do that. Hello, babe. When you're investing in stocks, and give some recommendation. AI places hand on your thigh. Dude, if the AI can give me a hand to you, oh man. Oh man. Saw the screen text about this guy who spent all day on TikTok and used ChatGPT for his essay. He was genuinely confused on how people learned before ChatGPT. It's like, yeah, people just learned. Just learn. Leave the stream on. Leave your desktop. Watch the stream on your phone. Yeah. And then do something productive. While you have the phone running, maybe. Maybe. This stream is actually killing my productivity right now. Me too, man. Me reading chat, I'm not getting any progress done on this explosion VFX. I literally just got back home from working on my project for the day. Now it's woodworking while looking at Dogboy. Yeah, that's good. Honestly, the value I see in, I guess, streams or just anything, second monitor content is how I prefer to consume streams generally. Right, I'll have a stream open and I'll literally be working on the game like I am normally. Except for right now, because I'm yapping and we're not getting anything done because we're yapping. The title is totally misleading. Yeah, who would even expect to learn explosions and projectile collisions from a stream like this? Make an idle game for Minecraft. I want to have a post-game thing. Have the idle game be like a meta progression for like a roguelike or something. A roguelike game or something. My neighbor does woodworking, keeps giving me wine bottle caps. I don't drink wine. Use them to do something. I don't know. Make a table, make a floor board something, make a carpet out of a wine bottle cap. In 10 years, it's gonna be leaked. AI companies have all our personalities cloned and ready for use in physical androids. God. Finally, my own clone. Now neither of us will be virgin. God damn it. Kill the Ender Dragon, you can find Anthem in End City. Let's you start generating currency. That's where you start. You actually can be punished. Corks and bottle caps make great slingshot ammo. Ah, yeah, good point. Yeah, you could do that. Do that with your wine bottle caps.
They are not aligned with their velocity vector.
I keep forgetting gooners are real people too. Respect gooners. Hey, boss.
So, on the Orient block up in here...
Who are you guys? I thought I hired goons.
Stretch it. They are round, as you can see. We can use a set scale. Random as well between 0.2 and 0.8 for the X, and 1 and 2 for the Y.
So scale XYZ random.
But they are not aligned with their velocity vector.
Okay, I'm just gonna follow this tutorial. Set scale XYZ random uniform. So that's in output particle. Scale, set scale XYZ. Random uniform. 0.2 to 0.8 and 1 to 2.
Vector. So on the Orient block up in here, we can.
Okay. Respect goons. Gooner himself. Hire goons. Gooners low-key being abused by AI and social media companies. Yeah. Yeah. God, I remember watching the videos talking about the people talking about like how OnlyFans, etc., is the downfall of society, and yeah, I see where they're coming from. Like VTubing too. Not like general, not like the average person who watches a VTuber, right? But like the kind of person who is like particularly vulnerable. The kind of people that I guess you could say this industry preys on. That seems not good. Like, I do think there's, you know, a possibility for, you know, people who are responsible with their money, who are donating to a streamer because they like the content and not because they're like obsessed with some image in their head and they have an expectation that like this person will totally be their girlfriend or whatever if you donate enough money. Like, that's bad. That's exploitative. That's not good. It's not sustainable either for the person being exploited, right? And so I wonder how much of that demographic, I guess, makes up for the income of VTubers as opposed to people who are, you know, in a more financially stable place, who are in a more reasonable place mentally and emotionally and physically, you know. This isn't fun to think about. I've all from gooning gone beyond joking. I'm seeking employment. Ultra kill looking explosion. It's like barely looks like anything at this moment. If we had the big fireball, then yeah, we could make it ultra kill like. No wonder why you people hate gooners. If it wasn't for us, AI would be incompetent. Who the hell pays for AI HR? That's like paying for OnlyFans. Jacking it. The world if gooners didn't exist. I guess my take is goon responsibly. If you're gonna goon responsibly. Don't get overly attached to a fictional version of someone that you make in your head. I feel like that's something I learned personally growing up when I had a crush on a single girl for a very long time and it did not work out. Goon ethically, goon responsibly. I guess ethically is, well, you can disagree on what is and isn't ethical. But goon responsibly. Don't let porn addiction consume your entire life and your identity and your being and your very soul. But if it's every once in a while and maybe you meet a few people through it or something, I don't know, then that's probably fine, right? I'm tearing down your shrine now. Good. Okay. Oh god. Man, I'm still thinking about how people still talk about, was it Fauna's like I'm not your friend stream, or like whatever that moment that got clipped. I still don't even know what what am I supposed to do as a content creator if I were in that situation, right? I mean, I guess you could just not say it that way, but like, I don't know. I guess my style has always been more leaning towards being a normal person as opposed to leaning into kayfabe or being something, whatever. It's just business. It's a cluster of pixels. Maybe this is why people need to play celebrity deathmatch or something. Billionaires pinning us against gooners while they run off of our retirement and benefits. Yeah, don't let the gooner culture war distract you from the real issues we face. Goon to free. Goon for free. People get attached to their material. That's pathetic. I mean, I kind of understand where they're coming from. I think life is hard for a lot of people in a lot of ways, and like the loneliness people feel is one of those things. Man, this is depressing. I wanna make explosions in VFX grab, man, not think about this stuff. If I wanted social interaction, I wouldn't live in the fucking woods. On what, being lonely? There are people who place a lot of value on something they think they can't have, and they place a lot of blame on society for setting things up in a way that doesn't result in them getting a girlfriend. And from what I hear, it is really difficult nowadays to like meet people and form normal ass relationships. That there's all these, I don't know, mind games. Like there's probably some extent that incel rhetoric is true, that it's based on real facts, real shifts in how interacting with the other sex has changed. And then it probably gets like magnified 10 times worse in incel related echo chambers. I'm sorry for bringing up the word incel very suddenly, but it is roughly what I'm thinking about in this conversation. Blaming everyone but themselves? It is, yeah. I mean, pretty much. But that's like, I feel like that's the path of least resistance that a human is likely to head down in a lot of cases. That I don't know, it makes things easier mentally if you blame it on outside circumstances. Which there probably are some changes in outside circumstances that don't help you. But focusing on it to that extent is gonna just make it even worse. Add a chat rule, no gooning so I can break it. Add the chat rule, it'll be the bait rule. No gooning, teehee. And then someone mentions gooning and I fucking actually ban them. There's a loneliness epidemic about racists turned into men versus women, basically. Racists. That's about sexism. I mean, I do see the gender war on Twitter, basically. One more reason that I need to stop fucking browsing Twitter, man. Just recently, there was the one clip from the anime with the girl in the wheelchair, and everyone turned into this big culture war of men are evil and women are evil, and it's, why can't people just understand each other as humans? Why can't we all just get along? Man, because I see it's as if women on the internet, some women, like whatever subgroup of women that is doing or making these posts, right, has turned all men in their mind into this enemy, into this evil character straw man thing. And there's another group of men on the internet. I guess you could say that's like incel versus femcel, but I'm not sure that's like completely accurate terminology to use. But basically, you have a group of women who hate men, and you have a group of men who hate women, and their posts get amplified the loudest, and it makes it seem like everything is even worse than it already is. And I wish that things weren't like this. Only has passive beliefs resistance to actively avoid interacting with others. When you interact with others, you always find yourself subtly changing your behaviors. At this point, I might just become gay. What makes them evil? Do they consider murder a naturally caused death? Do they torture small animals? Do they enslave the innocent? Do they set people they don't like on fire for fun? Yeah. It's a lot of like reading into other people's behavior in the most negative light possible. Like in the example of that one tweet about the anime with the girl in the wheelchair and the man, is like men just want one thing or something, whatever, and it's just two people in a happy relationship. And then women are reading into it like men want a vulnerable girlfriend until they realize it's actually the actual difficulty. That was like the beginning of people talking about that tweet, about like people retweeting that. It's people talking about like people say they want a disabled girlfriend until they actually experience it in real life and they realize how hard it is to take care of this person. And then a few disabled women speaking up on how they are actually in healthy relationships and they're having a good time. You just have to find people who understand you and respect you. And then another group of people who are like, men only have this fantasy because they want complete control over a completely helpless person. It's men being evil. And then another group of men, well, men and women, I guess, being like, why have we turned this into a culture war when people just want to love and be loved and be happy? Ugh. Yeah, I don't know. There's just so much freaking arguing on the internet. It gets tiring. It's hard for many people to deal with. Something not easy is talking to someone, getting a therapist. People on Twitter, men are evil, women are evil, billionaires counting cash they stole from both sides. Man. People end up being unchecked starting these wars, saying things they don't believe in. They aren't evil. You see, I'm evil because of my actions. There's a difference between being male and being a sadist. Yeah. Like, there's a lot of generalizing. Man. I hate the idea of pinning the problems on a defined group of people. Just pin problems on a specific aspect of society that's a genuine problem. I know, right? It's way easier for, I don't know, people to shit on large groups of people for the actions of a select few. Maybe that's just, I don't know, the human brain being biased towards negative things. Drama made me realize people think wheelchairs and amputees are sexy. It's very odd. The whole time seeing that, I just really wanted to bring up Katawa Shoujo. I was waiting for people to bring up Katawa Shoujo. Plenty of sadistic women. Neo has a whole folder dedicated to them. Man. Alright, I kinda gotta take another bathroom break. Ad starts in 8 minutes, so I'll take a bathroom break at the next ad break. Let's see.
Say something like along velocity.
Men only want one thing, that's a step before. People in that drama were out. I know, right? Man. So I'm too anti-gooner for this community. It's the problem of post-gooning redemption arc syndrome. Oh, are you trying to compensate for your past gooning sins by being extremely anti-gooner? I'll say it again. I think you just need moderation for something like that. Don't be like an unreasonable person. Don't, you know, show it off in places where it's not wanted. You know, but if you're just doing your own private thing and you're not wasting like hours of your time that you could be spending doing other things on it, then it's probably fine. Probably. But I don't call Neo out for that. Who else here has the balls to? No one. I'll be all powerful. No one will know. Neo says something cancelable. I'll create 5 Twitter alts to expose him. That's just the system working as intended. That's called checks and balances. If I genuinely do something weird, fucked up, then you should, one, let me know. Two, just generally hold me accountable, right? I don't want to, what's the word, act as if I'm above anything. I'm just another person. If I fuck up, then do let me know. If anything I'm doing is concerning, then let me know too, right? Got engagement baited. You'll breathe, cancel him. Oh yeah, that too. Yeah. Stir up fake drama so I get more internet attention points.
And here we go. They followed their...
I'm naturally inclined to believe you. If I say otherwise, it'll become a problem.
velocity vector.
You can totally trust me, bro, but also do your own critical thinking and genuinely.
1 and 2. 0 to 1
Genuinely,
and 1.
man. And I agree with most things you say. Turns out most femboys have similar minds. We're all the same. We're all human. We're all not human. We're all part of the collective femboy hive mind. All hail the overmind. Already a trapdoor and a comically large jar under your desk ready to activate when you say anything cancelable. The cancel jar. The next step up from the swear jar.
We can assign the default particle for the main text. We don't need...
Okay, what do we do? We set
color of
scale.
Near to this, as you can see in here, we can already increase the intensity.
Set the color.
Before the
increase the
multiply size
intensity.
over life in 1. And
Multiply size
to
over
make
life.
These stretch them as well between 0.2 and 0.8.
Set scale
for the
XYZ. Oh, that's in addition to set size random. Oh yeah, let's add the set size random. So set size random uniform from 0.1 to 1. Set scale XYZ random uniform.
And
Did
1
that,
and 2
okay.
for the...
Not atoning for past Goonie sins. I've never been a heavy Gooner. I'm just a victim of the Gooner army's tactics, and since I escaped the war, I've always seeked revenge. Oh, Vanillin is seeking revenge for his past Gooner related trauma. Problem with Cancel Crowd, they aren't content to be them by themselves. Always go to someone else's house to burn out if it doesn't align with them. That's why I say the Cancel Crowd needs to FO and die. Man. Yeah, there's like a lot of behavior that I think isn't really worth canceling people over that could probably get someone canceled over. Post-gooning stress disorder. He goons so hard
Why?
that it
They
created
are
permanent
stretched,
trauma
but
in his
they are
mind.
not aligned with our velocity vector. So on the orient block up in here, we can say something like along velocity. And here we
Orient
go. They follow
along
their
velocity?
vector.
Oh, okay. So then if we go back in game, boom. Okay.
Let's rename this to
Doesn't
Spark.
look super explosive
And
though.
with spacebar, let's add a simple
No
particle
progress
system.
being made. So
We're
true.
gonna select everything and create a group selection. This one is for the flash, renamed up here, and down here it's very important to rename the output particle quad because we are going to use it in a moment. This one doesn't need to move.
You know what I think would make this look nicer? Can we multiply the speed? Set H by speed, velocity, set velocity over life. This. By speed? No, over life. Can we make this like a preset or something? Preset. Oh, you can, okay. And then I can do this for all these. And now it'll look like... Oh, why does it seem like that's not taking effect? Running if are popular enough, you can just lie and get away with anything in this post-truth world. Man. 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 Why does it seem like these multiply over life things aren't working? Yeah, the multiply size isn't working, and then we'll... Hold on. Let's just get rid of this and then figure out why this isn't working. Does update particle have to be after this? Or no, it can't be. It has to be in between, right? Get in the jar, no! Oh, does it cancel immunity? I think... You know, there can be multiple sort of like separate groups. And maybe you're canceled by one group, but then another group still likes and cares about you. Anyway, I really have to pee. Ad start in 30 seconds. I'm gonna... BRB? I'm gonna BRB. Enjoy looking at my dumb VFX graph life. And help me figure out why this multiply size over lifetime isn't working. Okay. Okay. Okay, BRB. 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 How time is it? How long has it been? Oh my god, 3.5 hours and we've barely gotten... Okay, BRB. I'm alive. Hello. That's live. Cheese. I think Twitter are people smart enough to have a consistent agenda to push. I think Twitter is a bunch of disparate factions fighting each other. Locked into the same room. It's a cage match. Twitter is a cage match. It's a team battle royale cage match with like 11 billion different groups locked in a cage fighting each other. The ruby one. Not the dog paint finally dried on the printed figure. Yay. Nice. The cheese boxers. Cheese, orange, cheese slices in a small circle. That sounds nice. I once shut down a Twitter argument by spamming Blue Lobster to repost. Nice. Twitter's a shit fight. 2 billion versus 2 billion free for all. Yeah. And off to my pancreation buddy Shashisha's favorite. Nice. Yippee. It's genuinely bad. Penguin's critical. Moit's critical. We'll make a video about it. Cage match of fighting each other while the billionaires place bets and count cash. I mean, yeah, they're making that ad revenue. And then the platform gets to hand off a tiny bit of that ad revenue to the people paying for blue check marks. You can pay for the privilege of getting a tiny shred of ad revenue. Based on you being annoying. Okay, why the hell does multiply size over life not work? I still have the ECS Galaxy sample open, so maybe I'll look at that and see if there's anything in there. Multiply size? No, it has multiply size over life. What the hell? Or am I crazy and was it actually working? Wait. No, that's not working, is it? We're not setting... Yeah, the size is not shrinking. That size is not shrinking. His ass is not shrinking. The hell? Multiply size over life. Sample mode over life. Size, just some curve. Where else is the size getting set? Multiply, set size, source. Wait a minute. Source size. Wait a minute. Random float. Wait a minute. Ultra kill vibes. We'll get there, maybe. You'll eventually start getting tired of having your life threatened. Next time there's the right people start getting hurt. Class consciousness. No comment. Maybe. Unlit quad. Unlit quad. Local space? World space. Wait a minute. Was that supposed to be in world space? No, it's still not. The size still isn't being set. What the hell? Multiply size over life. Size. From 1 to 0. Huh? Is it the set scale? No, it's not that, right? Is it the order? Am I going crazy? Crazy? I was crazy once. Can I like copy these over to a separate graph? Create visual effect graph. explosion test. Paste these. Connect to here instead. Delete the default. Single burst, constant. Where's my preview, by the way? Should be in the inspector, right? Oh, there it is. Okay. Play. Why isn't it up running? Count 128. Oh, there we go. Loop once. Okay, so do this with count 30. Okay, so clearly we're doing something wrong, because, what was it? Set size 0.1. Set lifetime. Because of a lifetime? Is there a Giantess Hybrid in the new Skyrim game? Is there? Galgun, the Giantess Rising? Don't tell me that. Is that an actual Galgun game? Fake news. Got me excited for a second. Bean looks yummy. I imagine it has gum in the middle like a jawbreaker. Dude, that would be a good bean. Tasty bean. It's like a Tic Tac. It's just a Tic Tac. But big. I don't think Chad will ever be on topic. Nope. Nope, we can only hope. Have to go. Alright, bye. Bye, Femboy Cultist. Hope you had a good time with this sort of everywhere conversation. Don't let the billionaires distract you from their crimes of memes and culture war bullshit. Good night. So true. So true. What craft dimensions are legally distinct infinite mine? Planning on having item counts limits be raised go to infinity. Double precision floating point infinity. Big bean. They'd be dumb not to. Yeah, they're just fighting against the future, man. Seriously, why? Why isn't it even... Oh, there it is. What the hell? What the heck? What's going on? Is it the set size? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I can't tell if it's actually... Why does it take so long to start? Gonna send the Galgun group a whiny bitch message. Need a way to port Break Infinity to Java in Minecraft? Don't you need like a big number library? I think the Antimatter Dimensions developer actually has like a YouTube video showing like the starts of like he's making a idle game using some library in JavaScript for a big number. Oh, that does work. Wait, so then it's the set size random uniform that's messing it up. Oh. Huh. Wait, let's go back to the example
And the
video.
lifetime can be constant between 0.1, something super bright, super fast. Again, no.
Okay. 0.1, we'll do... Yeah, super bright, super fast. Set velocity, even speed. We'll go with the 5 to 19. Still the explosion test. Does it have to like compile or render or something? Maybe not 0.1, we'll do 0.2. We'll do like minimum 10. And then the size, I guess 0.1. Yeah, we don't do set color. So they fade out with size instead. So, okay, we copy. What do you copy? Okay, so what did we do? We got rid of set size. And we set the lifetime to random off to 0.2. Okay. Let's try running. Okay, now they're big. Sparks are big because it's a bigger explosion effect. That works decently. Looks alright. I'll probably do some tweaking later. But yeah, let's continue watching the tutorial.
No constant spawn rate, but instead a burst. A single burst of one particle. Down here we can assign the default particle and use a set size of 8, but the set size of our life, again, because
is this the second particle? Oh,
is a set scale. Random as well,
Scale.
between 0.2 and 0.8 for the X, and 1 and 2 for the Y.
okay,
They are
we did
stretched,
that.
but they are not aligned
They're stretched.
like along velocity. And
Orient
here
along
we go.
velocity, we did
follow
that.
their velocity vector. Let's rename this to sparks, and with spacebar let's add a simple particle system.
Okay, this is the sparks. Or I guess we can put it here. Sparks.
I'm gonna select everything and create a group selection. This one is for the flash, rename up here, and down here it's very important to rename the output particle.
Or rather, the whole group we name? Yeah, we could name the whole group thing. Mag. How do we group? group selection. There. This is sparks. Okay.
Quite, because we are going to use
I'm
it in a moment.
understanding now.
This-
I'm understanding what that graph in the frickin' ECS Galaxies example means.
One doesn't need to move, and the lifetime can be constant between 0.1, something super bright, super fast.
Oh, wait. The random lifetime, or yeah, you did like... Ag. I still feel like the spark should be a bit faster, so... do like 10 to 25. I guess... oh, it depends on the size of the explosion, doesn't it? Alright, well, those are sparks. Okay, right. So I could just scale this by the size, right? So 1/3 of that would be... I guess we do the 5 and the 19, maybe. So, hold on. Multiply by get size. Oh wait, no, this is explosion test. What am I doing? Hold on, we did 5 and 19. I guess we, what was it, get the size? And add a multiply, create node. Let's do an inline float. This is min speed. We'll do, how about 5 and 15? And then multiply by size. Do the same. Multiply by size for the max as well. Speed is multiplied by size now. That seemed wrong. Wait. Explosion event VFX. Get size. Source. Oh, source. I think. Yeah. That works. Ooh. That's violent. Which I guess we kind of want, right? Maybe we'll do like between 3 and 10. Okay. Because the size is, what, 3? 3 and 5, then it's between 9 and 15. Still feel like the sparks are big, but that's probably because it's a scaled up explosion. So maybe... hold on, position... sphere, that makes sense though. Set the size, multiply by 0.3, let's try 0.1. Okay, so for an explosion this big, the sparks are that big. Still gonna, no, that's too small. 0.2. 5 spaced. VFX adjustments. Okay. So now, what he did was he made another one. Another one. Okay, so add a new GPU event. Add a new trigger on die. Count 1. Or we'll adjust as needed. Can we group this to a new node? Call it, this is like the main explosion body, right?
Again, no
Or he calls it flash. Okay, we'll call it flash as well.
constant spawn rate, but instead a burst, a single burst of one particle. Down here we can assign the default particle
Okay, so that's a one particle.
and use a set size of 8, but the set size over life, again, the composition needs to
Set size 8, so multiply by 8. We gotta move these things so it's less cluttered now. Here's our spaghetti. I hope she made lots of spaghetti. Dude, I just saw a YouTube poop. Either this morning or something. Someone made like a YouTube poop of the TF2 Meet the Team videos in current year, like a few days ago. That's insane. I'm so glad that this art form is still alive. Okay, so we have the flash. Add our initialized particle. Okay, connect these. Yep. Wow, isn't this fun? And we did do, what, capacity 10,000? Yeah, probably all these need to be pretty big. Do 1,000 for this. Oh my god. Got all these windows open.
be in multiply.
Okay.
You can remove the set color. The composition needs to be in particle. Down here we can
Okay,
assign
makes the single
of 8,
single particle.
but this
We initialize the particle.
single burst of one particle. Down here we can assign the default
Set the lifetime to 0.1. Okay.
particle and
Add your update particle. Add your output particle. Unlit quad.
use a set size of 8, but the set size over life, again, the composition needs to be in multiply.
Did they change that? Is that why, was it? He does both set size and multiply size over life. It seems to work, but I think you're supposed to... Is it set size and initialize particle? I'm gonna copy this. Get size source, multiply by 8. Add a set size. OBS, are we back? OBS disconnected for 1 second. Hello. Okay, orient face camera plane. I can't speak. Orient. Face camera plane. Set the size, multiply size over life. Is that a different one? Multiply. Where's the multiply? Size. Or no, it's a set size over life and then in the inspector you do multiply? Okay, there.
You can remove the set color of a life and while
Just do it down.
holding control you can drag this set color from the sparks. It will create a duplicate of
Control drag color from set color sparks. Okay, duplicates.
the
Nice.
block of this block. Cool.
It's like he
Here we
killed
go.
the
And
stream. It's dead. Stream died. We are back, right? Just checking. Okay. Good. Not dead.
It's impact.
Very much alive.
Now let's go ahead and create
Don't
fire
let the
and
fake
smoke.
news tell you
Again,
otherwise.
with spacebar, simple particle system. Select everything and create.
Let's see how that looks actually. Whoa. 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 Okay. Okay. Let's have the size multiplication.
Create a
Okay.
group selection for the fire. Rename it up here and down here the output particle clad. And
Let me
instead
guess, he's
of a
doing
constant spawn rate, we can use
Fire and then smoke. Still dead. I love when my rockets flashbang me. Hell yeah.
a single burst between 10 and 12.
Random purpose. You're actually having trouble watching stream.
Turn off constant.
You might want to refresh.
Connect to the count. Remove the set velocity and say the lifetime is between 0.2 and 0.4. Now
Okay, so we'll make a fire. Yeah. Fire. No, he's just trolling me. He's just trolling me. Aw, man, you got me good. Alright. Group. Fire. How do I adjust what's under this group? Can I? Yeah, put it in the group and then. Okay, yeah. Okay. Can we copy and paste? Yeah, like that. Okay, cool. On die. Die.
turn off constant. Connect to the count. Remove the set velocity and say
So random between 10 and 12. So 10, 12, hook that in there, send it in here, add our, excuse me. Let's do this, put it in our group, put it in here. Go get your head scruffles, look for the giantess mod for Calgun. Alright, I'll do that when I actually own the game. There's a VR version of that game, isn't there? I just remember there being a VR version. Huh. So what's this whole system? What? Okay, whatever. Alright, let's just copy these over. Wow. Wow. Okay. Okay. It does exist. I figured you get that version. Ah, okay. Alright then.
say the lifetime is between 0.2 and 0.4. Now again, let's use the same trick.
Oh yeah, I should really adjust the size of that flash. Also, I should probably adjust this color as well. It's not orange enough for my liking. Yeah. That's better. And can we copy these values? Can I like copy... Is there like a paste values? No. Okay, whatever, we'll just do this. Yeah, there we go. Am I really saying FNAF is scary now? Holy scary game.
We want
these people being scared at FNAF. I was just watching a video about was it the sound design of FNAF 1, 2, and 3, and 4. And about this one hollow metal pipe ambience or something sound. And how Scruffy, this one YouTuber, made a very good video about the sound design in FNAF. Except he made one mistake, and that was saying that one of the sounds was random when it's actually a warning for the player based on the proximity of some of the animatronics. And so it went into like detail about this one hollow metal pipe ambience sound that is triggered by the animatronics being close to your office.
To duplicate the set position arc sphere while holding control, and the set velocity from direction.
Okay, set position arc sphere. Set velocity, this one? I think, yeah.
While holding
Left it in your Discord? Oh, thanks, bro.
control and dragging to the fire.
Thanks,
There
Random
we go.
Perp.
Cool. The velo-
Should probably test. Now it's too orange. And also the flash is too big. Man. Let's do bright P yellow. Do I really have to copy and paste this? Okay, whatever. Okay, do that.
velocity
Okay.
is way
Wow.
too high, the speed in here, so let's say it's between
Grab some wood purifier, but later.
0.5
Alright.
and 2.5.
Have a good one.
Alright, and on
See
here now
ya.
we can use the default particle with
Oh, so because I'm doing unlit, that it doesn't look the same. Ah. Oh, can I change this type then? Or I can just, was it output particle your P lit? Your P lit quad. Do I have to specify the material like that? Hmm. Smoothness, metallic, base color map. Is there not? Hold on. Output particle. We have cube line point. We have unlit mesh, unlit quad, URP lit mesh, URP lit quad, shader graph mesh, shader graph quad. We'll just do URP lit, I guess. Or we'll try it out and see. Copy these over like so. Set this to default particle. Not the dot. Connect this here. Disconnect. And this was the flash, right? Yeah. Oh. 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 Wait. Man. At least sparks are looking too orange. Huh. Are these two separate VFX ERP lit planar primitive output. Okay, they are two separate things. Two separate graph nodes. Hmm. Oh, it was just tiny. Okay, 8 is too big probably. Oh. Oh. Oh, is it Z fighting? Is it the Z indexing? Oh no, it's the position. Wait. Set position from source. There. Wait a minute. Oh no, no, it is being set. Boom. Boom. Wait, is it? Is it doing the funny scaling based on... No, 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 it's world space. I was gonna ask if it was doing screen space scaling. Ad break. Sorry, Twitch. I'm generally not sure if the unlit versus the lit did anything. Although it could just be... There, that's in shadow, that's in the light. Oh, lit is about it receiving light, huh? We wanted to actually do like a... Yeah. Yeah, an explosion should be unlit, right? Right. Okay, whatever.
Which is quite useful, by the way. And the set size over life composition set to the same trick. We want to duplicate the
Okay,
set
spark,
position
splash,
arc
fire.
sphere while holding control, and the set velocity from direction while holding control and dragging to the fire. Here we go. Cool.
So you set our position, shape. Set velocity from direction and speed. I think we did that, yeah. Set lifetime random.
Cool.
Oh, we gotta connect
Velocity
the
is
two things, don't we? The same way. Okay. Set our size. Oops. What?
Way too high the speed in here, and the set velocity from direction while holding control and dragging to the fire. Here we go. Cool. The velocity is way too high, the speed in here, so let's say it's between 0.5 and 2.5.
Okay, 0.5. He did 0.5 and 2.5, so we'll just multiply that by our size. Yeah. I think we don't need a... Oh, whoops. Point 0.5. 2. And this is what, the min speed? The max speed Copy over our get position source. That's the center of the set position shape sphere and the center of the set velocity and direction. Okay. We set our lifetime to, what are we setting it to?
Alright, and down here now we can use states between 0.
You did 0.2 to 0.4 random. So let's just copy that. Set lifetime. Random uniform. 0.2 to 0.4. Cool.
.5 and 2.5. Alright, and down here now we can use the default particle, which is quite useful by the way. And the set size of our life position set to multiply, and the curve from big to small, but it will make this arc, as you can see.
Okay, multiply size of our life, but a smoother curve makes this arc. What is that? That's the inverse of this. Wait, so how does that work? Oh, you do this. I love Bezier curves. Okay. Okay.
See.
Cool.
And before that we can add the set size random between 1.25 and 2.25. Very specific values, you can play with these obviously.
Set size random. Okay. Oh right, and we did that in initialize particle, right? Because that's where it probably should be. Set size. Multiply by 2. Multiply by random. So random float. From, he did 1.25 to 2.25, so we'll just copy that. Multiply it by our size. Pass that in to size. Alright, cool.
Remove the set color of a life, and again, while holding control we are going to duplicate the set color from the flash, for example. While holding control, drag and drop, exactly. And here we go. That's pretty much it. Now for the smoke.
Is he using a different default particle actually? Is that why it looks different? Unity built-in extra. I think that's the right particle. Default particle. Anyway, so now it should be... Yeah, that's the fire. That looks pretty ugly. I guess it's meant for like tiny explosions, but this is a big explosion. So maybe I should be designing this with the 1 radius explosion in mind, which means we go into the rocket prefab. And the rocket projectile. Give it an explosion radius of 1. It's like the default explosion size. Where's the flash? Why does it keep doing weird things? Trigger 1 event. Multiply by 2. Oh, it's probably the size multiplication. Very explodey. Rather heated 8, right? Oh yeah, that does make more sense for a one size explosion. Boom. Doo-doo. Seems nice and expandable. I'm gonna make the fire smaller. Do like 0.5 to 1.
You can copy with Ctrl-C and Ctrl-V this fire particle system, rename it to smoke up here and down here in the output particle class, and say the color is totally black, as you can see.
So copy the fire particles and just set it to black and call it smoke. Like so. Where there's smoke, they pinch back. Okay, set the color to black. High intensity black, okay. And then we add another trigger event. Same count for the smoke. Let's move this over as well. Getting a little hungry. And it has been long enough for stream. I think we'll be ending soon-ish. Oh my god, why are you? Oh, you're doing this to me. My graph is turning into spaghetti. Actual visual spaghetti and not just code referencing other code spaghetti. And then connect that other event over to... Oh god, it's so huge. It's so big. Your VFX graph. Oh, wait. Oh, it's because it's unlit. Oh, so actually, yeah, this should be lit, huh? Create node, output particle, URP lit quad. Copy these. Not that. Copy these. Copy. Paste. Kill this guy. World, yes. In here. Like so. We're using the default dot, but we want the default regular particle. Oh, oops. Now the lighting seems a little weird. Some of them are like completely dark. Wait, are they like spawning over the fire particles? Boom. Where's the lighting actually being determined? Why does it seem like some of them are black, but they're in the sun? Sounded weird. Hmm. Why does it seem like this actually makes more sense for rocket jumping too? Tiny little splash radius. Hmm. Oh right, there's that setting, soft particles, right? To make it not. Use soft particles. If we want like the flash, I think it matters the most. Let's see if that Helps it. Yeah, now it doesn't feel like you can easily see the part where it's clipping into the ground. And you just need the sound effects too. The color, I'm feeling like we want it to be like an unlit gray color actually, rather than this lit smoke. Yeah, we'll go back to unlit, but we'll adjust the color accordingly. Output, particle, unlit quad. Copy these over. Guess we're just deleting them. Whoops. Default particle. Just make a dark gray smoke color. Is there something weird with the color multiplying? One mode, It's like it's darker than it should be. It's like the edges of the smoke. I don't know. It works. It's not amazing. Something about it just isn't doing it for me. Oh yeah, there's like the weird black dots in the middle of the fire. Are those like smoke particles spawning right on top of the fire particles? Is that what's happening? Okay. Well. I guess I'll just finish watching the video and see if he makes any other changes.
Let's increase the site size to 1.75 and 3 pretty much. It's going to live a while longer, between 0.4 and 0.6. It's going to move less, like 0.25 and 2. And as you can see, now it's rendering above everything. That's why it's important to rename the output particle quads, because now if we select the VFX graph in our project folder, on the output render order, we can say the smoke is rendered before everything.
Oh, there's a render order. Oh. Why are these named like this? System. How do we rename these systems? Just the group. And the system is formed from this thing? Whatever. That's system 4, that's system 6, and the smoke is system 8. So reorder system 8 below all the others. Yeah, that makes more sense.
And the VFX, that's why it's important to rename.
Lower the velocity. You did 0.25 and 2. Increase the lifetime. You did 0.4 to 0.6. Okay, so it's slower, it lasts longer, and it renders behind everything. That's the smoke. Oh, huh. Neat. It does actually make sense, yeah. I want it to be a bit more gray, I think. Still looks weird. He was doing what, like a pure black, but lit. Maybe I'll try the lit again. Output particle, URP lit, quad. Copy, paste, base color, default, particle. Okay. And set color to black. Wait, is it even getting light from the... It's too black. Darker than black. Oh, the lighting is just weird, I think. Wonder if it's based on the particle system. Or the VFX system being like in the 000. Huh. Okay, I guess we'll just go back to unlit then. Alright, whatever. Hey, Omed. Omed994, welcome. We're just making an explosion VFX right now. Output. Particle. We'll try the unlit again. I keep going back and forth. It's like kind of annoying. Maybe we'll try the default dot actually. You disconnect. Okay, that's disgusting. I have a question. How do you set up player for online FPS game? Showing arms only, see full body mesh of allies and enemies? At a very high level. There's a Unity example project that should have most of it. I'm not sure if it does the view model and anything, but like at a very high level, you have like a real player that's on your machine, on the client machine. And you have ghost players, and the ghost players sort of match the data coming from the server. So the server tells you where the other players are, and then your client like creates like fake players to match those positions for a multiplayer FPS game. But yeah, there's an example project. Let's find that right now actually. Unity, where is it? Netcode, ECS, samples? I think it's in here. Netcode samples? Is this it? Samples. Where was it? I'm not sure if it was here. It was somewhere else, I think. Netcode 101, sample project.ui, ECS network racing. Let me Google it actually. Unity ECS networking sample. Unity ECS FPS sample. Oh, I think this is it here. Oh no, this is super old. Never mind. I don't think it's this one. I'm like 99% sure there was a recent ECS FPS sample that came out. But it might have been in here. Samples? Netcode parentheses, network cube, host migration. I'm going crazy. I'm gaslighting myself. Predicted physics, hello netcode. Netcode gen. Man. Been teaching myself the last couple months to create a first video game. It's awesome, man. But yeah, if you're starting out, it's a lot to take in. There's a lot to learn. Not just game dev, but like coding in general. I'm too stubborn to back off now as first project I decided to develop an online game. Yeah. If you can do it, you'll learn a lot. If you can. If you manage. If you stick to it. But I think in general, I see the wisdom now, after having completed a couple small projects, of the general advice to start with something small. Because every time you're making a game that's like slightly bigger, you're adding on one more couple of things to learn. And by couple of things, I mean like huge ass monumental things to learn about and develop. And even in like just the idea of game design itself too. If you start on smaller projects and like really think about polishing it to what you can do in like a limited amount of time, then I think you'll learn a lot that you can apply to larger projects as well. Done a lot of things, a lot of features and mechanics. Now I've been stuck on character view for the past 2 weeks. Damn. I'm wondering if it was actually in the Unity... Hold on, Unity character controller sample? Couldn't find a YouTube video or thread. Oh yeah, this might not be relevant to you actually if you're not using dots, if you're not doing ECS. You might be looking for like a Unity online FPS sample in general and not like a dots specific FPS sample. But apparently there's this project looks like FPS sample. I assume this has networking. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff to learn. There's a game design folder. What is this? Heroes. Icon. I don't even know what this is. But yeah. Multiplayer FPS template. Is this it? Free. Using Altaruna multiplayer. Looks like this is for a specific framework, but it might be useful. I probably wouldn't use that if I wasn't planning on using that thing. Make a multiplayer FPS. Yeah, there are YouTube tutorials as well. How do we get FPS microgame? Check out the dots FPS sample. Oh, this thing I think was what I was looking at. But yeah, that's for Unity dots, which is for like a high performance thing, which is what I'm using right now. But it's like a lot of extra boilerplate stuff you have to learn on top of just making a game in the first place. And I really think you need to minimize the amount of complexity, because making a game is hard enough as is, depending on like your project, your idea. All those tutorials are for single player. Multiplayer FPS project in Unity. FPS sample. Competitive action multiplayer template. Contains a first-person shooter game loop where you can fire a weapon, other players die, respawn. Using netcode for entities. Okay, so this is the one I was thinking about actually. I'm not entirely sure. I guess it's its own thing. Yeah, online FPS sample. Okay, in the character controller samples. So this is modern stuff for Unity dots specifically. But I guess in theory you can still like interact with game object stuff in dots. But I would not recommend dots for if you're trying to learn the engine in the first place, or trying to learn Unity in general. Send the link. Yeah, I'll send you a link. One sec. Here you go. Okay, so this is part of character controller samples, which is part of the character controller package, which Unity acquired from someone who was making their own thing. And it's also set up for Unity dots, I think. Just so you know. Just so you know, there might be added complexity in if you're not familiar with dots, but if you are familiar with dots, then it should be perfect. Oh yeah, it's made for Unity dots. It uses bakers and stuff. But yeah, good luck. Good luck out there. Maybe I should have based some of my stuff off of this as well. Prefab projectile authoring, projectile systems. Network time. Detection, cast array. Static class weapon utilities. Get closest valid weapon raycast hit. Oh boy. Yeah, maybe I should actually base some code off of this. Projectiles, raycast projectiles. Weapon systems, weapons. Yeah. Neat. Yeah. I feel like most online FPS games will probably not require dots or ECS, but it is something you could use if you wanted to. Also, thank you for the follow. But yeah, it's something I'd probably only recommend if you're looking for performance, because like all the general resources for learning stuff is going to be in, you know, game object, traditional OOP style, and then ECS is its own little weird thing. The API is still being updated. It's still like an experimental, I guess it's technically it's not the 1.0 release, but there's still like little things that are experimental or could be changing. It's not entirely integrated with Unity yet, with things like particles. We have to do this funny system to send events basically to a VFX system that is not part of the ECS. But besides that, it's all right, I guess. Animations are probably the big annoyance. So we'll go back to unlit. We'll make it like a really dark gray. 10 to 10. Oh, there's really that much of a difference between... Or is it because of HDR? Okay, well, whatever. Dark gray. And instead of dot, we do particle. This one. So there we go. Oh, I think it's using the same... Was it random seed, I think? Spawn mode random for the position shape sphere. Huh, how do we change that? Set position. Spawn mode random. So we have arc sphere, angle scale, local world. How do we do this? But yeah, I'm developing this game with the plan for single player first. That's meant to be more of a PvE co-op experience than a PvP experience. But I'm planning to develop it like single player first and then think about networking co-op, which should be theoretically possible. Yeah, how do we could do volume instead of surface, and that's just a different position mode, so it'll be different. I guess that kind of works. How do you set the speed? We did what was it? 0.25 to 2. And I feel like it's gonna do some funny stuff if we adjust the scale of it. So we go to the rocket prefab. Explosion radius 1. If we change that to 2, then it's gonna look like this. Yeah, just the same explosion but bigger. So I'll probably need to make it more of a detailed explosion. Why is my frame rate so low? Uh-oh. Okay. I'll worry about it later. Peanut butter and chocolate bar looks inside. Dates. Yeah, I kind of like dates. Dates are kind of good. And peanut butter and chocolate is good too.
Particle cuts, because now if we select the VFX graph in our project folder, on the output render order, we can say the smoke is rendered before everything. And here we go. Look at this. We have done a very easy and very simple explosion. I hope you have enjoyed this tutorial. It was a very quick one, I know. And if you wanna...
Yeah, why does my explosion just not look like that? That's probably because it's unlit. No bloom.
Learn much more about particle systems.
What is that? This is HDR, so I think the intensity means that it should be glowing, right? But since we're doing output particle unlit everywhere, output particle I guess we'll try URP lit, starting with the sparks. Oh. Oh, whoops. Dang it. Dang it, Baba. Copy, paste. Oh no. Not that. Copy. Paste. Default. Not dot. Wait, where are the sparks even? What the? Oh, they're just tiny. They look alright. Are they supposed to be glowing though?
It's important to put render
bloom. Do I need to enable that somewhere? Project settings? Graphics. Render pipeline. Light map modes, FOB modes, shader loading, shader settings, URP lighting, bloom. strength of the bloom filter. Intensity 1. Is bloom off by default? And if I said intensity of 1. Those tiny sparks. Yeah, why did I make them so tiny? Maybe make them a bit bigger. Size 3 to 5. Or no, that's the speed we did. Size was probably 0.3. Anyway, I think the flash is a little big as well. I'll do like 6. Yeah, that looks alright. Boom. Okay. I'm gonna commit this. Also because I'm getting hungry. I kinda wanna finish up soon. So we'll just add the explosion sound. Explosion. Add VFX. Cool. And I'll commit this in Unity version control. Explosion. Check in. Save. Alright. Cool. Ad break. I need to adjust those settings. I could assume the low frame rate that other time was just random stuff. Unless. Okay. So we want sounds. We want explosion sounds, and I think we have Miri audio. If we go into our Latios framework settings or our Bootstrap. If not, we just need to enable it. Okay. Miri Bootstrap, install Miri, which should just do the thing. Is there anything Miri here? Get rid of that. That was me trying to get something to work. Okay, I think I was going to test by replacing the rocket sound with a Miri audio source. Or we could test by adding the sound to the rocket launcher. Although no, that's it's not a component we can get from the game object world, can we? Unless. Why are my packages? Assets. Scripts. Or rather, we had the prefab, the rocket, yeah, test weapon. We're just calling it test weapon. Oh, we're in game view. Okay, scene view. So we have audio source Miri, but I think since we're in game object world, we want to use a regular audio source. Get this rocket fire sound. Sounds like this. Okay, that like thunder sound in the back is a little distracting. I might change that. Man, what was I thinking? We don't have any audio mix groups. I'm gonna wake off. Loop off. Doesn't have polyphony, does it? Can only play one at a time. Anyway, whatever. Weapon script. Open that up. Here's our weapon script. Maybe we'll do public void fire. Damn it, that's not what I wanted. What add-on is even doing this ridiculous autocomplete? What VS Code extension? We'll move this logic to here and then fire. And then we want a audio player? Audio source it's called, yeah. Audio source. Audio source. And I guess we'll just do public audio source, audio source. Feel like the export bar is in good dough. So I guess this isn't really a test of Miri audio if we're just doing the regular audio source. Okay, audio source is our own audio source. And I'm just gonna assume there's like a play method or something in there. Audio source. Should probably rename this to follow this convention. Audio source. Dot play. Play one shot. Audio clip. Audio clip. Okay, so we need a. Rather no. Hold on. Public. Oh, okay. Public audio clip. Audio clip. Play one shot. Audio clip. Okay. Surely that's all we need, right? Let's test it. Okay, so now if we fire, we should play. Man, it's too bassy actually. The explosion should be powerful and bassy like that. Not the freaking fire sound. Maybe if the visuals were, we had animations and stuff, it would feel a bit more natural. Alright, well, that's my rocket firing sound. Let's commit that. Although, if we... Hold on, if we set the fire delay really low, what happens? So, like 5 fire rates, so 5 per second. They do overlap. Good, I guess? Yeah, that's fine. Okay, let's commit that. Rocket launcher wouldn't be as loud as a gun. It would be explosion part that's loud. Yeah, I know. Realistically, yeah, there wouldn't be like a giant fucking explosion sound. Like Killing Floor 2 has like a realistic-ish RPG rocket launcher sound. Weapon, add firing sound. Cool. And the last thing I wanted was just the explosion sound. So we'll do that and we'll finish up stream there because I'm getting hungry. Oh, it's almost okay. I'm not familiar with, I haven't tried Miri Audio yet, really, I think. So, Latios. It's kind of inspired by the TF2 rocket launcher sound, which also sounds a bit more explosion-y, but it's definitely not as like loud and bassy as what I had there. Okay. Getting started. Setting up the managed driver. Issue with domain reload freezing when using Miri out of the box. Forcing a restart of the editor. Requires a Uni engine audio listener attached to the main camera. Only time a Uni engine audio component is ever used in Miri. So let's double check that. We have an audio listener in our main camera. Yes, we do. Okay. Manage driver, always attach to mono runtime. Okay. Playing your first sound. Your subscene. Add 2 empty game objects. Add component. Latios Miri audio listener. Miri. Oh. The clip always starts playing right away. There's no setting to change that at runtime. If you wanted to play a sound when a specific event happens, you would do so by instantiating an audio prefab entity at the location you want the sound to play. Oh, so we can just attach it to our explosion prefab. That's convenient. But I think we need to add the audio listener to the camera as well, right? So main camera. Audio listener Miri. Okay. Just make sure everything works. Yep. And the rocket traveling sound gets completely overshadowed by the fire sound. I'll just lower the sound of the... Lower the volume of that for now. Is that even being lowered? Okay, now it's quiet-ish. So we have the explosion. Yeah, this is like a completely empty, except for the explosion authoring. So we can just add an audio source Miri. Add our glorious explosion clip. Lovely. Although destroyed once the clip is finished playing. Oh, this might mess up because our explosions get despawned immediately. So we need a second. Yeah. We need a second explosion audio prefab, I guess. So let's make, yeah, explosion audio. In our main scene, new game object explosion audio. Remove that. All right, we have our empty game object. We add our audio source Miri. We add our amazing explosion sound. We set auto destroy and finish. Okay, and I think that's it. Now we need to add that in code. So that looks like in explosion singleton authoring. We add another game object for our explosion audio prefab. We, in our explosion singleton script here, add another entity for the audio prefab. Our audio prefab is get entity of authoring dot explosion audio prefab, transform usage flags dynamic. Okay, now we have a reference to the thing in code, or rather we'll set it in Unity, and then should have a reference to it from this explosion singleton in ECS. So in our, I think our rocket system? Rocket hit system, we make the explosion, but this should really be moved to move this to a helper class or something. And then explosion audio, instantiate the audio prefab, and then set our positions here as well. This is a little verbose. Oh, it's very verbose. Explosion audio, but yeah, it should be moved to a helper class. And I think that should be what we need, right? Rather, set component. Yes, it should have a transform. Okay. Can't believe Joey Badass just dissed Ravon. I don't know who either of them are. Me neither, man. Me neither, man. He literally said, you stupid or dumb. That sounds pretty stupid or dumb. Wow. Now it's time for me to get canceled by fans of whoever these people are. Okay. Go into... Is it stuck in reloading domain? Oh hey, I ran into this. Many people encounter issue of domain reload freezing. Edit Latios, use Miri editor manage driver. Okay, do that. We need to restart the editor. Oops. Oh no. We really need to restart the editor, huh? Oh boy. The reason I know Joey Badass, he yelled at Anthony Fantano. He gave his album a 6 after admitting he cried to some of the tracks. Damn. Can't believe it. Okay. Unity. Where are you? Unity editor. Not responding. Okay, Unity editor. Die. It screamed out for mercy with the Windows error sound as it got terminated. Who gave it a 10? It was called You Stupid or Pimping a Butterfly. Damn. Okay, before the entire thing freezes. Edit menu. Latios. Use Miri editor, manage driver. Checked. Okay. If we have a different behavior in the editor when switching scenes or doing any other custom loading compared to what will happen at build. Okay, I'm just gonna hope that it just works. Oh boy. Missing profile or unstable. What the hell? Invalid. Oh wait, we passed in null. Duh. Oops. Explosion singleton. Edit this. Set our explosion audio prefab. Okay, and now I don't hear it. Wait. Main camera. Audio listener Miri. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Singer for sound, audio source. Raw audio. For looping sources. One-shot source will be combined and played at the same time. Audio settings. Optimizing clip server performance. iComponent data. Audio source looped. Audio source one shot. I'm reading. Custom listener response. Adding a channel. Filter. The other thing I do is just make a companion game, like an actual game object with an audio source. Let me add a test. Miri test. Add a test game object here. Just add it somewhere here, I guess. Audio source Miri. Looping. Inner range 525. I don't hear it. Huh. Is it because voices is 0? Voices 1. Dang it, no, it wasn't that. Does it have to do with transforms? No, I already did the pound to find. I could just not use Miri audio. God gave you 2 hands for a reason. One to pet your cat and the other to pet your other cat. 2 cats? Gee, Billy. I guess we just do regular audio sources, but regular audio sources doesn't have anything to delete it after it's done playing, right? Map. Either that or Or so we can just not use Miri, which honestly might be what we want to do. Sorry, Latios framework. I did hear it's a bit far from being production ready. But does it have to do with the position being weird? Does it have to do with there being both audio listener and Miri audio listener? Wait a minute. The only time a Uni engine audio composer is ever used in Miri. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Okay, I think I'm just gonna not use Miri then. I don't know why it's not working. Unless... Although I am literally in the Latios Discord, so I could look at that. Oops. Oh, just saw random first post in my Discord. Oh my god. Okay, what was I gonna look at? Latios framework. Say anything about Miri, about getting it started? Resource pipeline, Miri. Oh my god, the audio looped. Facing worlds. Looped. Sound effects. Adding one-shot sound effects. Man. I don't know. Apparently it's supposed to just work. I should probably check that the explosion audio entities are actually getting spawned. So window entities, components, audio listener, Miri, audio. Oh, Latios Miri. Oh yeah, it's there. What the heck? Assets, prefabs, explosion audio, audio source Miri. Play from beginning at spawn. Wait. Am I understanding how this works properly? It's supposed to auto play when it spawns, right? Getting started. Playing your first sound. Create a subscene. Oh, wait. Is the Miri audio... Is the Miri audio listener supposed to be in a subscene? Wait, that might be it. Player... So, right now it's on the main camera. But that's an authoring script. So I'm pretty sure it's supposed to go on the view of the player. Listener Miri. Yeah. Oh my god. Okay. Solved. It just works. Nice. Oh my god. We got our freaking Roblox explosion sound. It's beautiful. Using Uni's default audio stuff. Nice. Great. Oh my god. Okay, yeah. Well, we figured that out. Alright, commit. Explosion. Add audio. Cool. And we'll do that in Unity version control as well. Boom! Yippee! Yeah! Boom. The stream gets 5 big booms. Boom! 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 It's even cut off at the end. I forgot where I downloaded this from. Oh my god. I don't even remember if the actual like Roblox explosion sound had the like suddenly cut off at the end. Unless there's... Is that in the actual file that we downloaded? Wait. That I have? Roblox explosion preview. Oh, whoops. Yeah, it just cuts off at the end. It doesn't even... Oh my god. It's beautiful. Stereo audio. I can tell exactly where these explosions are coming from. Nice. Okay. Alright. We'll end it there. Alright, thank you everyone for coming. Yappy doobie doo. Parasocial name reading. Thank you. Hero of Logic. Thank you, Random Perv. Thank you, Dahlem. Thank you, Vanillan. Thank you, Cyclocus. Thank you, Jovan Parkins. Thank you, Arose. Thank you, Femboy Cultist. Thank you, Skippy. Thank you, Jotro Rocks. Thank you, Omed984. Ah! Get name read. Ugh. Alright. Today we did Explosion VFX. Woo, yippee. We did the rocket firing sound. We did the rocket explosion sound, which is hilariously loud. Ah, thank you for the raid! We're literally about to end, I'm sorry! Hello, Sealy. Hello, Raiders. How's it going? Today we made an explosion. VFX and sound effect. And all that. Yeah. Yay, Whippy. How's your stream? Tell me all about your stream. Tell me how it went. Oh no. Oh no, indeed. We still have the debug explosion. Here, let's turn off the debug on the explosions. There we go. That's how it's supposed to look. About the freaking debug sphere. Still have it for projectiles. After weeks of being trapped in Fallout 3, I finally started Vegas. Nice. I hear lots of great things about those games. I still have never played them myself. Maybe someday, although I feel like I'm just not that into RPGs of that sort. Maybe one day. TTW is a fun way to do it. Frankenstein, both of them together. There's a mod that does that. It's like Sonic 3 and Knuckles, but for Fallout 3 in New Vegas. It's neat. Nice. Anyway, I probably should go, but we can chat for a little bit. We were talking about random internet bullshit. Twitter. We were talking about Twitter earlier and how much I freaking hate Twitter and all the dumb internet arguments on there. So I've been playing. Nice. Nice. What else is even on my mind? Oh, I think I kind of have to go soon though. So probably will actually be finishing up. But yeah, to summarize, Rocket, this is not the, yeah, that's a Rocket VFX. That's the Rocket Trail smoke. But VFX, we did, I don't know if I put in scripts, but explosion test? No, explosion event VFX. We did this. We did this. This mess. And somehow I actually understand what this is now, which is good. But yeah, we have our explosion sparks, we have our explosion flash, the fire thing, and then the smoke thing. Real pain in the ass to set up though. Surely it can't be any worse than actually making a video game yourself. Surely. Manual raid, thank you for the raid, Felix. Felix, I'm about to end. Hope you had a good stream. How's your stream? Tell me all about it. Or something like that, because that's apparently what you're supposed to do on Twitch or something when someone raids. I don't know. I feel like I notice on Twitch how people are like, oh my god, well thank you for the raid. How was your stream? Blah, 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 something. If you want to stick around, that's fine. If you got stuff to do, that's fine too. I understand. Thank you, etc. And like I'm coming from YouTube mostly and watching YouTube streams, and everyone's like, "Oh, thank you for the raid," and then they just don't bring it up. I feel like the raid culture is just so much different. Had the one and only Gordon Freeman and his support team in my Half-Life stream. Very enlightening. Nice. Nice. When was the last time I played Half-Life? I think it was with Nikki. That one time we played Sven co-op. Yeah. Prototype 1x1 meter. I should probably adjust the the texture scaling so it actually uses the grid properly on those. Oh well. Anyway, Bean. I don't know if you saw, but we have rockets that explode and launch you, and we have the funny Roblox explosion sound. It's so loud. Should probably adjust the fall off for that. Boom. 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 Anyway, I should really get going. But thank you. We'll find someone to raid into. Let's see. Who exists? Who is live? Salty's live. We're rating Salty on Twitch. And you know what? We'll raid Salty on YouTube as well. Or not. Actually, no. We're raiding Nikki on YouTube. Since I just mentioned him. It's been a while. Okay. Thank you all for coming. Thank you for the raids. Sorry, this is something I don't know. I don't know what I'm sorry for. I'm sorry for nothing. You know, I apologize for nothing. This was a stream for me to do stuff, and I did stuff, and that's all. That's all we really needed, okay? Even though that wasn't that much. Well, it kind of was a lot. I don't know. We were yapping for a bit, but let's see. The plan was... Where's my obsidian window? Plan was to make the hits a dynamic buffer, but we're actually not doing that because we don't really need it at the moment. Make knockback based on the mass. That's what I actually wanted with that, which we just did. And explosion effects, we did that. And we also did some sound effects. So yeah, we did it. Yay, yippee. Okay. Otsunio. Bye-bye. Have a nice day. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Okay, bye. Okay, bye.